Mm-hmm. You're muted, so yeah. You know.
Hi.
Hi.
So,
Hmm?
I see there
And
is
the
already
person,
some
and then
people.
all
Hello.
all is here. Even got the bracelet with cakes on.
But first of all, I need to understand why these
Aspect
big
ratio.
aren't working.
Oh,
Okay, so. Oh, there's already someone from Serbia. How can you hear me?
good. Have
Good.
you activated the automatic adjustment of the microphone?
Uh, Wait. I immediately have to switch to these uh, because those aren't working. So let's see if with this microphone it's better. So, okay.
Mhm.
How can you hear me now?
Better.
Better? Okay. I
Better.
hope so, because I think I'm going to be here for a lot of hours. So it's better. Oh.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably going to change clothes very soon because this is going to make me go crazy. But
You're the presenter of this.
yeah, yeah.
You have to be representative.
Yes, I hope I am representative. Uh, uh, well, I'll just let people connect to the stream for a bit more minutes, and then we can start. There's already some people. Hi, Branka, in the chat. It's so nice to see you. What time is it in Serbia?
I think
I have the time zone converter open here to know how crazy are the other crazy people who are online at this time. It's like
I'm
4
used.
in the morning for you. It's 4 in the morning in Serbia as well. Okay.
It's about this time I have to wake up from a job when I have the first shift of my.
Yeah, I have to wake up at this time tomorrow as well. Nice
Tomorrow.
thing is, I will probably already awake. Yo.
I have the native tomorrow, and can we
Yes,
speak
I
after this?
have to go. I have to go to work because unfortunately this year International Sexuality Day isn't on Saturday. I still have no idea what we're going to do next year, but it's on Monday. I don't think we're gonna have a 24-hour live stream on Monday because that would prove tricky and complicated. So we're probably not doing that. But
With a lot more help, we could do it. Please, contact us.
yeah,
You thought
but I'm not sure that would be a good idea. Okay, so I think we could start. So Erwin, thank you so much. I'm gonna put you back in background if it's okay for you. And
Okay.
thank you. It's very nice to have someone for technical support and not be alone.
The
I,
first,
I,
because
I wasn't I wasn't expecting this because I knew we didn't have many people from Australia or Asia awake at this hour. So like as I already said, it's 4 a.m. here. So I didn't expect many people to be already awake. So thank you so much for being here and helping.
no.
So okay.
It's Sunday. What shall I do?
Yeah, Sunday waking up at 4 a.m. is everyone's desire. So putting you backstage now. Okay, remove from stage. Great. Okay, I have everything under control. Yeah, thank you, Erwin, for putting comments from the chat on screen. Feel free to do that as much as you want. So I think, oh, thank you. I see comments on the bow tie in the chat. Yeah, this was a birthday present for me. I've just turned 30 and it was gifted this one and another one in the colors of the bi flag, because my friends know I'm kind of monothematic, and so yeah, ASPEC and queer presence it is. So I see there are already some people online, and I'm so glad to see you, and I'm so glad to welcome you again to this crazy thing we've been doing for, I think this is the 4th year. Last year was the first time we managed to do a 24-hour live stream, because the fact that International Asexuality Day was on Saturday really helped last year, but we are doing this again. We are going to have 24 hours of ACE joy, ACE fun, and we're going to learn a lot. I'm so happy about the program, the full timetable we have this year, because there are so many interesting things to learn, interesting things to find out. So welcome. I'm so happy to see you here. I'm so happy to say welcome back to any people that were already here last year, and welcome to any people who got in touch, found out about International Asexuality Day this year and ACEs Never Sleep specifically. I'd like to say Happy International Asexuality Day to everyone. First of all, I want to remind each and every one of the people listening that International Asexuality Day is not just a day for celebration, it's a worldwide campaign coordinated among activists from all over the world. And the focus of this day is showcasing the beauty and the strength of the ACE community all over the world, especially giving spotlight to the communities that are usually less put in the spotlight, usually, like those from non-Western or non-Anglophone countries. So we are very happy to have this live stream, ACEs Never Sleep, to promote solidarity and communication among different ACE communities all over the world. Without that solidarity, this live stream simply couldn't exist, because it's something we work together on and something we couldn't do without coordinating worldwide and working together. I'm gonna have to drink water a lot. So, welcome to International Sexuality Day, and welcome to ACEs Never Sleep. What is ACEs Never Sleep? It's a 24-hour live stream. As I said, last year was the first time we managed to do this. We managed to do the 24-hour full, but this is not. That was not the first time we did this at all. I wanted to go over with you, what is happening in the next 24 hours. First of all, we're going to have different kind of panels. For example, we're going to have chats, we're going to have actual panels, we're going to have local events broadcasted. So there's a lot of different stuff. First of all, as you probably know, some technical information. The first and most important technical information is that we have a time limit on YouTube. So we are going to have to break this stream into 6 parts. We have an additional 2 spare links in case we go over, but we shouldn't. I don't think we will. On the Instagram post by IAD and also on our Facebook, you can find information. You can find all the links. You can find QR codes for links. The first part, this one, started at 2 a.m. UTC. And the next part, the next link is probably going to switch at about 6 a.m. UTC. In case you are in any way confused about what time it is and what UTC is, there are very good time zone converters on the internet. I have been using those. You can't imagine how much these days to complete the International Sexuality Day and ACES Never Sleep program. So yeah, this is the first important thing to know about the technical side of things. I wanted to go over the program with you. We're going to start, as we already did, with the greetings. And then we're going to have a panel called Non-Limerent Monosexual, an Aromantic and Asexual History. Ace history is a topic we didn't cover very much last year, and I'm so happy that we are starting strong with this year. We're going to be here with Luciella Scarlett, telling us more about Non-Limerent Monosexual. That is their research project and exhibition in Australia. So we're going to talk with Luciella a bit about this exhibition. You can find some more information about Non-Limerent Monosexual in the IAD stories on Instagram. Right now, there's a link where you can get some bit more information, or you can just wait for Luciella to tell you more about that. And then we're going to have the ACE history chat. So we're going to have some time together with me, Luciella Scarlett, and CJ's Galaxy to talk about ACE history, to talk about ACE history as well, what it means to try to remember, collect, and archive ACE history and why it's important and it matters for our community. Then we're moving to Nepal. I want to thank already Nepali Aspects, because this year they are making so much amazing content for this live stream. So we're going to have a spotlight on Nepali Aspects. If I remember correctly, I think that IAD is also Nepali Aspects' birthday. So they're going to have one moment of reflection on what they have done in Nepal as an ASPEC organization, and they're going to tell us more about what they're doing. We're going to have a panel, ASPECs Beyond Borders, which is going to be on the second link already, by Nia and Vesper, which I ask you to look up on Instagram, because they make some lovely, lovely art. Remember to always support your ACE creators, your ASPEC creators, and your queer creators in any way you can. So yeah, we're going to have this panel talking about figuring out your identity abroad and returning to your home countries. After that, we're going to have a free time slot. A bit scared about that, because we still have a free time slot for grabs. So in case you are an ACE organization, or you have your own ACE project, or you want to propose a topic for a free chat at 7:30 a.m. UTC, we still have a free slot. So that's for you to decide. You can contact IAD on Instagram. You can contact IAD on our email. At this time, in this time zone, it's more likely that we read the email than Instagram, but I'm not sure. You can try, and we will be glad to work something out with you. I see that there's another person in the background for technical support, Pupi from Argentina, and I'm so happy to see them here as well. So then, after the free slot, that is still a mystery, we're going to move to Singapore, where ACE is going places, is going to tell us what they do as an ASPEC group in Singapore. and they're also going to broadcast a bit of their local event, which I'm extremely curious about, because they organized a potluck meetup, and the rule was that you can bring any food that is color coordinated to one ASPEC flag. So personally, I'm very curious to see what people have brought to the literal table in this case. We're going to move to India at 9:30 a.m. UTC to broadcast part of the IAD per IAD event by Indian ACES. And this is going to be the end of the second link. We're going to move to the third link with, like, can I say the star of the of the stream? Because yeah, of course, we're focusing specifically on non-Western and non-Anglophone countries, but we're also so proud and so happy to welcome Alice Osman on the stream together with us today. I'm a bit I'm a bit anxious about that, I'm gonna admit. We have put box in our Instagram stories where you can put some questions you really want to ask to Alice. But of course, the live chat is going to be live, so you can ask whatever you want to Alice in the live chat. We're going to try to ask as many questions from the chat, because I know there's going to be so many, and we are probably going to go with your questions, and that's it. But in case your questions isn't asked, please forgive us. We are receiving so many questions, and we are so happy to have this hour to discuss and to talk to Alice Osman about their impact on the ASPEC community at large, and their work, and how they are doing. So yeah, we're going to start the third link with a very important guest. Then we're going to have a small chat about literature, writing, and ACE representation with Alice Fern, Ovia, and CJ's Galaxy. Again, check out CJ's Galaxy YouTube channel. And then we're going to have some space for relaxed chatting with the people that got in contact with us and asked to have a chance to do that. Last year, this year we decided to do something a little bit different. Like last year, we had so much amazing panels, so much amazing content, so many amazing panels. It was great. It was a little bit packed, and so we were going fast from one panel to another, and it was extremely, packed and fast-paced in a way. This year, we also wanted to reserve some time for more relaxed chatting. So once again, if you want to propose topics to discuss, if you have questions, or if maybe you want to join the relaxed chatting segments, DM us on Instagram or send us an email, and we're gonna sort this out. We really want to have some time to simply unwind. I'm probably gonna take off my bow tie and chat a bit and give space for asexual people all over the world to get to know other people from the community. We know how important it can be. We know having a local community is already some form of privilege. Not every one of us has the luck that I personally know I have, to have a local community, to have a thriving ACE community, to have the possibility of being out to meet other ACE or ASPEC people. So we really want this live stream to be also a chance to get in touch with our community and to feel that community feeling. So after this, we're going to move to what is probably going to be one of my favorite panels this year: experiences of South Asian aspectness, masculinity, and neurodivergence, which is again from Nepali aspects, but other people from the group. There are a group of 4 people from Nepali aspect working on this amazing panel, which is going to focus specifically on ace masculinity, on being ace as a male presenting person and the intersections between this and neurodivergence. And I am so waiting to see this panel. Then we're going to move to my panel, which, yeah, I'm going to be the presenter for a lot of this. But there's also a panel I'm organizing as part of my ASPEC group, which is called ASPEC Takeover Hours. Last year, me, together with the other activists from my group, we had a panel called Going ASPEC, which was a reflection on how an ASPEC instead of specifically ACE perspective can benefit both ace people and aromantic people. We're going to go more in depth on that this year. If you are an aromantic person, and especially if you are an allosexual aromantic person, we really need and want your insight so much. So we're going to have that panel. And we are already at 3 p.m. UTC. Then at 5 p.m. UTC, we're going to have another panel that I'm so looking forward for, which has, like, I think the coolest title in the history of cool titles, which is Queer Resistant Practices Against Post-Apocalyptic Fatigue, I think. We may have an error, a mistake on the schedule, but it's either apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic. Depends on how far we think we are in the apocalypse, I guess. It's promoted by Asiarro Chile and Somos Ashes. I am not sure how to pronounce it in English or in Spanish. I already say sorry to all the Spanish-speaking aces that are in the live stream. And this panel is going to be in English. It's going to focus on strategies A1As and queer communities have around the world and their practices to face this political moment, which can feel very heavy at times. And Asiarro Chile and the Spanish group that I hope is, I think I'm seeing an direction. Okay, Pupi is telling me correcto in the private chat, but I'm not sure which pronunciation was the correct one. So Asiarro Chile and Somos Ashes are going to be joined by Rete Lettera from Italy again, and Plus Importance Project from the UK. Also, let me reiterate is we worked so much on this program, on this schedule, but everything is still flexible. If you are an ACE organization specifically, especially if you are from a country that is still not represented in this panel, get in touch. We would be extremely happy to have you in this panel specifically to tell us what are your own strategies, what are you doing, what we can do collectively to, in the face of the political climate we are dealing with right now. So we're going to have this panel in English, and then we're going to have 2 panels in Spanish. These are this year the only 2 panels that are not going to be in English. All the other panels are in English. And let me also take this chance to say we really want panels in many other languages. So next year, please get in touch. You want to have a panel in your own mother tongue, please get in touch. We'd love to have a diverse bunch also as far as languages are concerned. So 2 Spanish panels, I was saying. We are at 6:30 p.m. UTC. The first panel is called My Boyfriend Keeps Insisting, What Do I Do? And I'm so sorry I can't speak Spanish because I'd really like to listen to this panel. It's a panel about asexuality, consent, and navigating relationships and boundaries as an asexual person, but also not as an asexual person, probably. And then we're going to have the Queer Resistant Practices Against Apocalyptic Fatigue panel again in Spanish, which is going to delve more in depth into the perspective of Spanish-speaking countries. I'm not going to read the title in Spanish because I would probably like butcher that, and it would not be a nice show. So after the two Spanish panels, we have so much amazing content also in the later hours, which are going to be the early morning for me again. So we have at 9 p.m. UTC, we are going to be joined by Marshall Blount, Kimberly Butler, and Alicia Rogers, who you may know as Gentle Giantess, the Asexual Goddess on YouTube and Twitter, and Yago Lisi. They're going to tell us more about Soul Lace Day, which is a day to celebrate African American asexual, their heritage, and their contributions to the community. 10 p.m. UTC, we have another relaxed chatting segment. You can join once again, and I think that someone is gonna talk about some cacti, some pet cacti. At least they had a list of topics we could cover, and among the topics there was also a folder with pictures of pet cacti, and I personally voted for that, but we can talk about whatever you want. After the relaxed chatting, there's another very important panel to me personally, that is ACE and ARA affirming therapy. We're going to be joined by Laura Gwenzel. I really hope that I'm pronouncing the name right. And they are releasing a course for therapists on asexuality and aromanticism, I think precisely today. So we're going to ask them about this, about what is therapy that is ace-affirming, aro-affirming, and how can we have that? Because I'd really like to have that. At midnight UTC, so switching into April 7th UTC, we're going to be in April 7th already for a lot of hours in other countries, but this is where we change in the UTC date. So midnight, April 7th UTC, we're going to be joined by Katrina Jackson and Catherine Bobolek, who are respectively the writer and director and the producer of A Rom-Com, which is an A-spec rom-com, as you can guess from the name. It's an independent short film promoting queer and AOA stories, and we'll talk about this amazing project and what they are doing and how things are going. And I'm excited to learn more about A Rom-Com. I can see an excited psychology-loving fan scream in the chat about, I think, Laura Gwenzel's panel. I'm already loving the chat. And then Asexuals in Vietnam has the privilege to end the stream, because this is the last topic we're going to discuss together with Huyen from Asexuals in Vietnam. We're discussing ACE visibility and recognition in LGBT plus national and international organizations. Like, how are we working? How are we working together with the bigger LGBT plus organization? Is it working? Are we promoting ACE visibility? Are the LGBT plus organization recognizing ACE content and ACE importance and contribution that our communities bring? We're going to discuss this with Huyen. And so we will talk about all of this. I've just mentioned A Rom-Com, and I just wanted to say that we're going to go in depth with that, but just going to mention that they're doing a mini post-production crowdfunding campaign for IAD. So go check their Instagram page, just in case you're not there for the panel, because we are going to talk about that more in depth, of course. But just so you know. And then it's going to be 24 full hours, and I'm probably going to be still awake. And I'm probably going to be dehydrated as well. So please chat, tell me to drink water. every half an hour, please tell me to drink water. So this was the whole program. I'm so excited about it, and I just wanted to say some more technical stuff. As I mentioned, all panels will be in English unless otherwise specified. We have 2 Spanish panels. We'll try to give content warnings with a banner below during the live stream if needed. I just wanted to reiterate that this is extremely important, and we're going to try to accommodate this and be as precise as we can with the content warnings. Just please be aware that we may do some mistakes. We hope we don't, but don't forget that we're all volunteers, and at some specific time zones, we're not going to be too many people online. Moreover, we also have so many different hosts. So also the hosts maybe forget that something needed as a content warning. So keep this in mind. We're going to try to be very precise on this, but keep in mind that mistakes could happen. And if it's okay with you, your help would be extremely important. If something is making you uncomfortable in the live stream, in the chats, please just know that the chats are going to be moderated at all times. And if something on screen, something we are discussing is making you uncomfortable, and you think we should add a content warning and we forgot to do that, please feel free to write that in the chat, and we will, of course, provide a content warning immediately. As far as the links, their technical stuff go, as you already know, you can find the links in the IAD Instagram post, and you can find the links in the IAD link tree. So share them, let them go all over the world. We really need your support. As I said, get in touch. We have a free slot. We have relaxed chatting. So get in touch. Tell us more. Ask to join, or also just propose topics. You can, of course, do that in the live chat, right as we are speaking, as we are talking. But if you maybe have like the best, most amazing topic you would like to recommend for a panel that is like 10 hours, 10 hours in the future, feel free to contact us, DM us on Instagram, and send us an email. So especially if you are an ACE creator or artist, or an ACE spec creator or artist, or if you want to recommend your favorite ACE creator or artist, please contact us on Instagram or via email, because we'd really like to use the more relaxed moment to promote other ASPEC people work. We really love that. And so just one last thing, keep in mind that we may put your comments in the chat. We're gonna repeat this every certain amount of time, that we may put your comments on screen. So when we put your comment on screen, your nickname on YouTube is gonna show in the stream. Keep in mind that the stream is gonna be available for the future for many people. So if you're not comfortable with your name, with your YouTube link to be on screen, keep that in mind. Keep in mind that we may put it on screen. If you want to write something and you don't want us to put it on screen for any reason, please specify it in the comment. keep in mind that it's not like something you can do and hope we always remember, because there are going to be different people in the technical support team throughout the day. Of course, no one is going to be there for 24 hours straight. So if you tell us, I don't want my comments to be put on screen, we may not, someone else may not know that in the future, someone from the tech support team or me presenting. So please specify it in every message. I know it's boring, but specify it on every message, or just create a different YouTube handle for just like this live stream. So just wanted to say this. Hope everything is okay for everyone. So we still have, as I hoped, some spare time. We have 20 more minutes before the first panel starts. I really hope that everything is gonna work fine. Oh, I'm so apprehensive this year. So now that I have specified that we may put the comments on screen, I really want to say again, welcome and thank you so much for being here. Thanks to all the people that I have already seen in chat that are here at like this ungodly hour, because there's people who are here even if it's like 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. in their countries. And I really wanted to say welcome and thank you. Someone in the chat is saying welcome and let the madness begin. I just wanted to use this spare minutes to ask, hello chat, how are we doing? How are you? Please write in the chat if you're okay with commenting with this, where you're from and what you're looking forward for this live stream, and how are things going for you? Poopy is already offended because I said, someone said in the chat instead of Poopy said in the chat. Poopy, while we wait to see if anyone in the chat wants to say something, wants to tell us where you're writing from, we'd really be glad to know where you're writing from. From the USA, see. So wait, what time is it? What time is it in the USA right now? I know there's different time zones in the USA. I see someone, Branca. I don't want to say congrats yet, because in some countries it's said that saying congrats beforehand brings bad luck. So I'm not going to say that. But I'm so happy to hear that. And can I ask you what you're graduating in, if you want to share? It's 10:41 p.m. in the US. Well, that's not bad. And also, I see so many people from the US and Canada, Ontario, Canada. Saturday night, yeah, right. It's still not IAD for you. Justin here, it was in the IAD live stream last year, and I was so honored to be part of such an awesome event. Oh, thank you, Justin, so much. I hope to be part of it next year when I'm less busy. We're waiting for you. We are, of course, waiting for you. And thank you so much for being here last year. And thank you for being here in the chat as well. Even if, as I understand, you are kind of busy now. Poopy, I wanted to ask you if you want to come on stage for a bit and say hi as well, since we have a bit more time to spare. I'm not calling you a someone, I'm calling you Poopy. Sure, great. So I'm gonna add you to the stream now at the stage. Okay, this is the perfect thing because, well, oh, it's here. Okay, this person, Poopy, is like my partner in crime, and everything you're gonna see in the next 24 hours would not be possible without Poopy, and me still being alive after these days of intense programming to finalize the schedule of the live stream wouldn't be possible without Poopy. So I'm so happy to have them here. Hi, Poopy. Do you want to say something to our audience?
Hello. I just want to say that S is giving me more credit than I deserve because yes, I did help, but most of like reaching out to people and everything, like yes, we're the masterminds behind the madness of 24 hours of live streaming because why not? Who needs to sleep? No one really. But yeah, this year I've been kind of like busy with work, so that's why you will see me less than last year. I won't be participating in panels. I'm mostly gonna be like helping with tech support if I can. It's almost like midnight for me, like 15 minutes to midnight, and I have to work at 5 a.m. So yeah.
Why are you here?
Because I saw you were alone and I wanted to come join my partner in crime.
Oh, you're so amazing. Also, I'm so full of it. Like I'm probably going to work without sleeping tomorrow. So I hope none of my students is gonna watch the live stream because they're gonna. Why is my teacher awake at this time? But
why does my teacher say that she doesn't want to work tomorrow? What did I do?
Yeah. I see that you have some. You have fans in the chat anyway. So you're famous. You're famous in Serbia.
People remember the crazy the crazy schedule. Because I actually think last year we ended up like doing more than 24 hours. Wasn't it like 30 something that we ended up doing? I don't remember. But it was like
I'm honestly not sure, actually. I should go back and check.
I think we did 3 segments of like 8 hours each.
Yeah. So that should be 24. Didn't we? I don't know.
I mean, I know that was
we
8.
may have done a little
like,
bit more. Like,
yeah.
I think last year was the first time we did the 24 hours live stream, and it was like amazing. As I mentioned before, I think it was a little bit packed. Like at some time, I was out of breath. The relaxed chatting is important because we really want this live stream to be also a chance to get in touch with other people and get to know the community more, but also it's needed. Like the idea that if someone had a very small hiccup or a technical problem, they then didn't have more time, that was a bit anxiety inducing, and I don't need any more things to induce anxiety in this place. I'm doing fine by me. So I also think that having a little more relaxed approach this year is better. I'm just curious about what we're gonna do with the free slot, because like there are so many people getting in touch, but no one wants that slot. It's a very unfortunate time, I think. So nobody wants that, and so I'm gonna be awake, but I don't really want to do the solo S show all the time. That's not a very great idea. One thing that I'd like to say again: send me art. If you are an ace or ace spec artist or content creator, send it this way. We're going to use the free slot probably to promote that. I'd really like to promote like ace or ace spec art throughout the whole live stream, but if we have a free slot at some point, that's going to be the perfect time, or we're going to put, I don't know, some music on. No, I don't think we can, I think that like we could get a strike on YouTube if we put music on. So we're not gonna put music on. But yeah.
I think it depends on how long you play the song, because like you can get hit like with copyright. At least I know that's how it works in Twitch. So I'm guessing YouTube should be fairly similar. But yeah, no. Hopefully I'll be able to maybe join you later in that like super long time slot that we have to fill. So like for context for anyone who's like watching, I work in esports and I do like Spanish socials and my team is playing. But since they're based in Europe and I'm in Argentina, we have like 5-hour time zone difference at the moment. So that's why I'm working at 5 a.m. I'm not doing anything like weird or like, no, I'm just working on time zone differences, sadly. But yeah, no, depending on how long the game goes, maybe. I mean, today I was done by like, 7-ish. So I think maybe that kind of fits the time. We need people to come and chat and talk about nothing. You will see me half asleep, probably. So yeah, if that's something you're interested in, hang around and see me full despair mode after work.
Once again, I'm going to reiterate that yes, I know I'm extremely hypocrite in saying this, but go to sleep. Sleep. We only need one of us awake at ungodly hours. By the way, I see that we have someone else in the Mick in the technical support chat is like saying he only just woke up. What time is it in the UK right now? Like
should be 4 more hours.
Sleep
than me.
more as well. Sleep. I don't know if Mick wants to come on stage and say hi as well. 3:50. Okay, 3:50. Okay. Let's see if Mick wants to come. Another star.
Yeah, no, actually, like speaking about sleep, last night I went to bed at like 1 a.m. or something. I had to wake up at like 4:30 for my brain to fully process the fact that I'm awake and I need to work and I need to do stuff. But I barely slept. Like I just went to bed and my brain was like, no, you're not sleeping. Nope, I'm not gonna let you. So I ended up sleeping like an hour and a half, I think. But then I went to bed after like working and I slept a little bit longer.
Honestly,
today might not be the case, so I want to try to go to bed earlier. I don't think that's gonna happen because I'm about to have dinner in like, I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that.
At midnight. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that like Mick wants to. Yeah, Mick said he can come on.
The holy trinity of the ace activism madness is getting together again. I like it.
Yeah. Erwin, do you want to join as well since you are in the... Okay.
Good morning.
Hi. Mick, it's very early. Why are you awake?
Yes, you're really asking that question, Les.
Yeah. Well, you already know why I am awake. I'm completely out of my mind. The question is, why are you awake?
So, what's your plan? You're really going to stay here for 24 hours, Les?
I have no idea. Well, first, my idea was to like sleep yesterday during the day and then stay up for 24 hours.
Oh, I see. So like you sleep for 24 hours and then awake for 24 hours. Does that work?
But I couldn't sleep. First, because we had to finish the the timetable for this. And so like until last minute, I was working on that. And also because then I remembered that I had a birthday party in the evening. So I went to sleep at midnight and woke up at 3:30 and then came here. I really want to reiterate for the chat that don't do this. IAD doesn't condone my behavior, and they repeatedly say that what I'm doing is extremely stupid. So don't think that I accept this behavior. This is unacceptable behavior. Don't do this at home.
Exactly.
We are all professionals. So
the phrase is do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, exactly. Go to sleep. Yeah, let's say that my original project and intent was not to sleep for 24 hours and follow the whole live stream. Since I've slept only 3 hours tonight, that may not be feasible, but we'll see. I'm so glad that the Spanish-speaking panels are like back to back, because I may snuck in like 2 hours of sleep. I'm so sorry because I really love all the people that are gonna be there for the panels, but
you need to.
I don't understand Spanish, so I mean, if you spoke very slowly, I could probably understand, but I don't think they're going to speak slowly. I think they're going to speak very fast, and they're going to be in a very heated discussion and debate. So I may probably snuck in 2 hours of sleep. And then on Monday, I usually wake up at 5:30 for work. And I was like, well, it's ending at 2, so no problem. I can snuck in a little more, like 3 hours of sleep. And then I remember that the 2 UTC is actually 4 a.m. here. So I'm probably not going to sleep before going to work. At least I only have to work for 2 hours. So I'm going to come back from my job where I'm going to be very, very awake. I'm actually going to be very awake because like being in the classroom makes me happy and excited. It's tiring sometimes, but I really, really love my job. I really, really love my students. So I'm sure I'm going to be perfectly fine for those 2 hours of work. After that, I'm not sure.
Longest nap in the world.
My girlfriend has already said that she's literally gonna come pick me up outside of school because she doesn't trust me coming back home alone because I may fall asleep on the street. So yeah, at least I'm not alone in this. So
do your students know what you do outside? Do your students know all about this, like what you do outside school?
No, well, this is a tough question. Like, I'm also, we only have a few minutes. I'm waiting for, wait, let me know when you're here, because like it's almost time for Luciela's panel, and I don't want to take away time from Luciela. Just wanted to say, like, you really touched a very wide topic. We can talk about this more later, but like, I make the choice to be out as queer in school. Right now in Italy, it's not an easy choice. It's really, really not an easy choice. Just mentioning, if someone on the tech support while I'm talking could help Luciela with the StreamYard link in the hour by hour post. So, oh yeah, we have 3 time slot filler topic. I made the conscious decision of being out as queer. Like, I'm not literally going inside the classroom and say, hello, I'm a flaming bisexual. But like, as my colleagues mentioned, their husband or wives, if the context asks, so I mentioned my girlfriend, I can mention I'm queer. I'm usually out as bi. I think and we can talk about why later. I feel much more scared about the idea of being out as asexual in the school right now than as bi. I feel scared about being out as bi as well, because being out as queer in the school right now in Italy is difficult. It's dangerous. It's literally dangerous. But being out as asexual, it scares me more. Some students know I'm ace. Also, like, I can't show you this, but I literally have ace and anxious sticker on my phone. So I don't exactly go out of my way to hide it. But yeah.
Yeah, I was that's a very serious topic actually. I was thinking more of, are you out as someone who does 24-hour live streams in your in your spare time?
Yes, they would probably expect that. Yeah.
Okay,
I think no one would be surprised. Like I'm literally the teacher that always forgets stuff, and not to forget stuff, I literally write assignments on my arms. So at this point, I think they are convinced that I'm that there's something wrong with me in a good way.
Right.
So if I told them that on Monday, I will probably tell them that I did a 24-hour live stream. I will lie, because adults lie to children. I will lie about the time. Like, I don't want to outright tell them, hello, I'm here without sleeping, because I think it's not very educational that you already spend too much time awake. So do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, I will mention the 24-hour live stream, not the topic, but I will say that I did that. I will lie about not sleeping before coming to work, that for sure.
Oh, and by the way, hi, Alan.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry.
The ones that it's the same thing without live streams, but with drinking and stuff. So.
Right.
So,
do we have someone on next?
Yeah, we are already into the time for the first panel, which is non-limerent monosexual. So I've created the banner for this, so we can put it on if we want. And I also created the content wording, mild content wording banner. I'm going to ask the tech team if, while we are doing this, you want to create, ask the hosts if they need any content warning banners in the Discord chat, and create the banners. I'm going to be very grateful for this. I'm so happy there's a tech team this year. That's really, this is like peak organization. So I'm going to say goodbye to you. We're going to meet later. So bye. I'm going to, well, you can put yourself off stage, right?
Yes, I'm going to actually go grab dinner at like midnight my time. And then I'm going to go to sleep. And then hopefully I'll see everyone when we have like the free slot in like, 7-ish hours, something like that. So yeah, see you guys later.
Mm-hmm. You in the background, I get another Red Bull. I got with 24 yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, I have like dirty dishes in my background. We made a cake for the birthday, so that's why. So Luciella, just telling you beforehand that I'm gonna put you on screen now. So add to stage.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I think it's for me, I'm the only person right now that this is a convenient time for. So thanks for waking up early.
Also, thank you to all the Australian people joining the early hours of this live stream. You are a lifesaver. Just know that. That's so very important. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Everything's okay? Okay, great. hope that my Italian accent is intelligible, like to all the chats. Yeah, you're going to hear this Italian accent for like the next 24 hours. No, but not the entire 24 hours, but many of them. So, how do you feel?
Nervous, but good to be here.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know, should I start off by giving a bit of a spiel about who I am, what I've done?
Well, I'd really like, if you want, I'd really like you to tell something about yourself to the chat, and we're gonna go more in depth about what you're here to talk about today. I want to, there's the typo here as well. I'm very sorry. So non-limerent monosexuals should be without the hyphen. That's my mistake. So yeah, first of all, I just wanted to ask if you want to tell the chat a bit more about who you are, and maybe also I wanted to ask you, first of all, is this your first time, right, interacting with the IAD bunch, and how did you come to know about International Sexuality Day, etc.?
Yeah, sure. So this is my first time, well, joining the stream, but I think also attending the stream. So I was kind of listening in for the past hour or so. I've been out as ace and aro for 10 years now. Turned 10 years as of February this year. So happy anniversary to me. Oh, actually, I think January, not February. But yeah, so I've been sort of semi-active in various forms of ace and aro activism over the years. We have a Victorian group and specifically a Melbourne group, because that's where I'm located in Australia, if you couldn't tell by the accent. But yeah, so I think I've been aware of International Asexuality Day for a while. It's kind of shared some things here and there, but it's nice to actually join the stream.
It's so nice that you're here, you're joining us today. You were one of the first entries to come into the forum for the live stream, and I personally was so happy about what you were going to talk about. So first of all, like, you asked us this space to tell us a bit more about non-limerent monosexual, that is your research project and exhibition into ace and aro history. First of all, of course, I wanted to ask you about that. Tell the chat and also me, because I really want to know more. What is that? Why did you decide to dedicate your work to that topic specifically? Tell us more.
Yeah, so non-limerent monosexual and aromantic and asexual history is an exhibition, so both a research project and well, part research, part art, so or part art, part museum, I guess, which was originally a physical exhibition located in Altona in Melbourne, Australia. As of a few days ago, it is also a digital exhibition, so that's kind of my exciting news, which I'll bring to this stream. I don't know if I can actually share a link anywhere, but I'll kind of drop a link in this chat in case someone can kind of share that one on, because it's got most of the same materials in that digital edition, excluding some that were only possible for the physical version, such as kind of physical items, art, and some that are copyrighted. But that is a history exhibition, and to kind of give you bit of a spiel on that one. So as I said, I've been out as ace and aro for 10 years. I've been ace and aro for a bit more than 10 years. So asexual as a label dates back to, or the current definition of it dates back to around 2001 with Avon. There have been various previous terms for asexual, as well as asexual itself has been used in different ways over time. I was born in 1991, so I'm technically older than asexuality in its current form, even though, as I said, like, I've essentially been asexual my whole life, just haven't had the label for it. And that's kind of where the the name for the exhibition comes in, non-limerent monosexual. So non-limerent is a term that historically had a similar meaning to aromantic. It's not one-to-one, but it's similar. And monosexual is another one, which, so non-limerent dates back to 1979. Monosexual is 1868, I believe. That was Carl Maria Cabeni came up with that one. But the exhibition itself covers a really, really big period of time because it's talking not only about asexuality and aromanticism in their current form, but also kind of attitudes towards sex and asexuality and romance and aromanticism over time. So that's my big passion project, which, as I said, was a physical exhibition and is now also a digital exhibition.
That's amazing. I'm so happy it's also a digital exhibition now because I really, really want to know more about that. I would ask also the tech support team to put the link, if it's possible, in the live chat, so we can also put it on screen. You can find the link in the private chat. So yeah, first of all, it was a physical exhibition, you said.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, I have so many questions. Like, I would really like to ask you literally everything about the research that went into it. But first of all, I wanted to ask how the exhibition went. What was the response from to the physical exhibition? And maybe on one hand, what was the response from the ASPEC community? If you had like a reaction, how was it? How was the reaction from the ASPEC community? And then I would like to ask you, what was the reaction from other people that are outside the community? So you choose which one to do first. Sure.
Okay. I'll probably just do my normal thing and kind of ramble incoherently, and the answers will hopefully be in there somewhere. So asexuality in Australia has come quite a long way over the past 10 years in particular. So, and as I said, the labels themselves date back to Avon, which kind of came into Australia through that. And you start to see local communities forming around the 2010 mark, more around the 2014 mark. And then I came out in early 2015. So we've come a long way since then. So you see nowadays as a marker of that, you see the acronym LGBTQIA+ used as opposed to LGBTI. I also love queer. Queer is a beautiful, inclusive, non-hierarchical term. But if you're going to use any acronym, put the A in it. So we have come a long way in those 10 years. But one thing is that we still don't really have a lot of ACE-specific spaces or events. So, I mean, you see asexuality being welcomed into some general queer spaces, but it's still really rare that we actually have a space or an event specifically around asexuality and aromanticism. So that is still really rare. History research in Australia is also really rare. So there has been some global research into asexual and aromantic history. But to my knowledge, there really has not been much, if any, kind of research of that nature in Australia to date. So a lot of what's in this exhibition is fairly new from that perspective. In terms of reactions to it, so one of the cool things about what I've uploaded is it contains a scan of this book, which is backwards in my little screen, I think. But essentially what this is, it's a copy of like handwritten comments that people made as they visited the exhibition, which is great for me as feedback, but I think also a really great kind of record of the fact that, you know, people do actually care about this, whether they're asexual or not. And there's a lot of kind of value that we can bring talking about not only asexuality, but also sexuality and like, what are the unspoken assumptions there that people are not challenging because they have this idea that everyone thinks the same way. So for asexual and aromantic people, it was a space specifically around asexuality and aromanticism. And a lot of people said that was really important for them. I will say we had we had a launch event, which went really well. Had about 50 people attend the launch, which was really good. And especially since this was an event that took place in kind of the outer suburbs of Melbourne, so not in the central business district, in the outer suburbs. And so that launch event had about 50 people. The exhibition period, because it was open for about 2.5 weeks, we had about 200 people total, including that 50 from the launch. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the short answer is a lot of people were really interested in this, whether they were asexual or not.
That's amazing, actually. Like 50 people to the launch event is great. And you said many interesting things. Like, first of all, I find it extremely interesting what you said about talking about asexuality, also talking about sexuality. Like, we can, the idea that we can bring a different perspective that can be interesting for allo people as well, and that can bring important, reflections on the topic that can be relevant, that are of course relevant first of all for aspec people, but can be relevant for allo people as well, of course. I wanted to ask more about this, like if you feel like the people outside the community usually take this chance, like, and maybe also through your exhibitions, through your research, they see, do they, in your opinion, at least in Australia, do they see it as such? Like, do they see the contribution that the asexual and/or aromantic community brings as something that is relevant to them as well, and that can challenge some assumptions they may have? Like, we see this. Do you think that outside the community, at least in Australia, it's something that that is understood, that is recognized?
Yeah, I think it's something that people often don't think about it. But when you kind of point them towards thinking about it, like in the case of this exhibition, it's actually really interesting. And like people like came away from this exhibition saying that they had really learned a lot. I mean, obviously some of the people that came to the exhibition didn't even know anything about asexuality at all. I mean, some people traveled from a long way to visit. Some people just, it's within their suburb or it's within their kind of local area. So they just decided to come down and visit. I think as well, I mean, as I said, asexuality has come a long way in the past 10 years in Australia. And I think like people are starting to learn more and more about it. We're like, I'm giving less and less asexuality 101. I mean, the exhibition did have kind of some basic definitions about what asexuality is. Didn't go into the whole, like, the long spiel about what asexuality isn't, and like you can still be asexual if X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. So it was relatively limited ACE 101, but people still came in and they really enjoyed it. They really learned a lot. And I think, as I said, like people don't necessarily consider it, don't necessarily know about it, don't really think about it. But when you kind of bring them to the table and they start thinking about it, it's really interesting. And then they do kind of see that value.
Yeah, I completely agree. Personally, I had some similar experiences when I first came out as asexual. Like, I was extremely worried about the reactions, and then most of the reactions were allosexual people suddenly feeling more at ease with me in discussing like their sexuality as well, because they felt that like being asexual could give me a different perspective and make me maybe less judgmental about some specific things that instead are expectations in the society about how much you should like sex, about how much sex should be a part of your desires, of your life, of your expectations for the future, for relationship, etc. Well, this day and this live stream is more specifically about asexuality. But I really wanted to ask you, if it's okay, a bit more about the aromantic side of things, because I'm very interested in that as well, because you mentioned that asexuality has come a long way in Australia. Personally, I know many organizations about asexuality in Australia, and I see that you folks go big and you go strong, so I can imagine that. But I just want to ask, how is the situation for aromanticism? Are there specific groups? Are there groups that have a more of an aspec perspective, both aro and ace? And also, how present was aromanticism in your exhibitions, and if some of the reactions to that were different? I know it's not a question. This is not a question. This is an essay, but take it as bullet points. I'm personally taking notes when you speak. So, So, first of all, aromanticism in Australia and in your exhibition, what was its place? What were the reactions?
Yeah, so I mean, the Melbourne ACEs group is Melbourne ACEs Plus, so includes asexuality and romanticism. And I think there's a number of kind of different groups across Australia, and it varies a little bit by state. But generally speaking, there aren't a lot of kind of aro specific groups right now. Generally, what you have is groups that are both aro and ace, or like kind of welcoming to both. Which, I mean, for me personally, I'm both asexual and aromantic. I can't really separate the two in me. So for this exhibition, and the other thing to note kind of historically is that those two terms have been kind of conflated. And when you look at like the history of marriage, which ended up being a fairly large part of this exhibition, a lot of the time marriage was not about romance. In fact, a lot of the time marriage was about sex, and it was about property. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of this long, I'll try and avoid going off that tangent just this moment, but kind of it's relatively recent that the two ideas of asexuality and aromanticism have seen this kind of split, which is not to say that you can't go back through time and find that split. Like, for example, some of the, like if we go back to kind of Germany around the Weimar Republic, which is where you do see a lot of early queer activism, there is some language around that time that kind of reflects the split attraction model, like talking about affectional attraction versus sexual attraction and that sort of thing. So it's not an entirely new idea. But in terms of kind of forming communities, I think we are still a bit behind in terms of, I guess, both in terms of like making sure that aros are welcome within ace spaces, and also making sure that there are aro spaces if we need them. As I said, like I am aro ace. I can't separate those two parts of me. But I do recognize that an allo aro experience is not necessarily going to be the same as an aro ace experience.
Yeah, thank you. That's interesting. Also, like in a lot of hours in 12 hours from now, we're going to have a panel when we're going to discuss also there's like aspec perspective and ace perspective. So I really wanted to ask you this question because I think it's very interesting, especially the fact that like the histories of these two communities that, personally, from my perspective, I consider two parts of one community are extremely intertwined. Like our history is a collective history, so it's important to outline that. And also, I can imagine that like this being a research project and also an artistic exhibition, there's you in that. I'm sorry if this sounds corny, but of course, you. Did you? This could be a question. Did you like? How much would you say that you put yourself and your perspective and how you live your asexuality and aromanticism, that, as you said, are a whole in your art? How much of Luciella was in the exhibition, and how much was instead it maybe specifically a research and history project? I know it sounds corny as a question, but I don't want to say like how much of you was in the exhibitions? I'm more interested about like the balance between research and historical research and personal perspective and bringing your personality inside the exhibition.
Yeah, so I think for this exhibition, space-wise, it was kind of like split the hall in half, or so we had kind of two walls for museum type, like a whole bunch of text and historical artifacts and stuff. Then we had a wall for art. Well, it was the wall with kind of windows on it, so slightly less than one wall. And then kind of going around the side, and we also had some kind of ace and arrow flags near the wall. So it was kind of the layout of the space, which you can see in the pictures. The museum part of it was written by me, with the exception of like we included, so I included a whole bunch of things like printouts of articles from the past, and some images from the past, but the text itself, like the description of kind of what happened at different phases of history, that was written by me. It is like there is a thorough bibliography in that folder. So I didn't invent a whole bunch of stuff, but it's kind of, when you're researching history, it's not really possible to totally disconnect yourself from that, because everyone's going to have kind of a different view on things, and history is a bit complicated, and like trying to draw conclusions around it. It's around like getting a whole bunch of sources and trying to make sense of those sources, weighing them against each other, understanding the context of them. So you're always going to have a bit of yourself in that. And part of kind of my research was also reading some theory books to actually like drill into those ideas of compulsory sexuality, amatonormativity, not just give my own thoughts, but actually, like, I did try to be somewhat independent from the research part of it, while still acknowledging the fact that I have a lived experience, and you know, it's a valuable lived experience, and there's things that I can add to the exhibition on that basis. The art, sorry, I keep going off on these tangents, but I was not actually the only artist in here. I should probably give a shout out as well to Emily Bush and Kate Wood. So there are three artists, myself included. We each had a few different pieces. Emily did 5 embroidery works, which are really lovely. Like, I really loved her work. And obviously I can't upload, like I've got photos of that in the digital version, but I can't really upload the embroidery. Also had Kate Wood. She actually is a digital artist, so I didn't upload her works because obviously they're not my works, and also kind of some concerns around what might happen to those artworks if you just put them in a folder online. So we had a few different perspectives represented there, and I tried to also kind of consider, as I said, like all of the different perspectives in my massive bibliography. So I know that was a really long and meandering answer, but I'm throughout the exhibition, I'm also trying to kind of, to a certain extent, separate myself from it.
Yeah, I can understand. I know Kate Wood.
Yeah.
I didn't know Emily Bush, so I'm very curious to see the photos of the embroidery. I don't know if we can also maybe like show some pictures from the link you sent. I wouldn't want to try that now because I'm afraid I would break the stream. So for now, I'm gonna go without images. But yeah, for sure. Also, if you want, if Kate and Emily have handles and things like we can promote, we would be glad to do that. We can also do that later, because I think since then we are gonna have the ACE history chat, we can also take a small break at some point. This year we decided that breaks are allowed, because last year it was very, very fast paced. So
Hydrate, by the way.
yeah, as well. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for reminding me. So I really wish that my notes were tidier, because like this is extremely not easy to read. And this is what I have written, so great. There's one thing I was very curious about. Like, you mentioned ace activism in Australia, you mentioned the long way you've come. You also mentioned that there were 50 people at the presentation of the exhibition, which is like a large number, I'd say, for like an event that is specifically on asexuality or aromanticism.
Yeah, I think it was a large showing for kind of exhibitions in general, was kind of what I was told from the people running that gallery, because like it's not a massive gallery, it's a suburban community space. So 50 people was great. So, which could have been a number of things. Could have been people wanting to learn about asexuality. Could be that there were a couple of other events on around that time and they joined after it. Could be the fact that there was free cupcakes and free champagne and all those fun things that you get at a gallery opening. But whatever the case, I'm happy with 50.
I just wanted to ask, like, you talked about the research, you talked about the art. I wanted to know about, the promotion, the making of the exhibition. Was it easy to like find a space to promote it? How did you promote? Did you get like interest and help maybe from let's say wider non-ASPAC specific LGBT organization? How was it in that in the, let's say, logistics side of things? Not because I want to replicate. No, I'm not. I am many things. I'm not an artist, unfortunately, and I so admire all the amazing artists that are in the world. But I was not born for that. But this is on another topic. How was that? How was like the organizing side of things?
Yeah, great question. So I ran this event as part of Midsummer Festival, which is my city's largest kind of annual queer event. So they have a program of kind of independent events. They also have a Pride March. The gallery opening was actually on the kind of anniversary of the first time that the Victorian Aces marched in the annual Pride March in Victoria or in Melbourne. So to a certain extent, I was able to use that as part of my promotion. As I said, there's still not that many ACE or ARO specific events. And so I think this was actually the third kind of ACE/ARO event at Midsummer over 10 years. So for me, that was a draw card, but it was, yeah, I mean, it is still a bit of a struggle to get kind of the rest of the community to take an interest in the first place. You do have to kind of pull them in. But in terms of promotion, so I did have a call for artists' expression of interest running about kind of late last year, September, October-ish. I should know the dates. So that was part of my promotion and also me actually trying to get some artists. So we did get a few artists through that process, posted that online in several spaces. Social media is hard nowadays. I'm really bad at actually getting things to trend because everything feels like it's broken and algorithms suppressing things. So I did really struggle with the online part of it. I was able to promote it through Midsummer themselves. I was able to, it's like a directory for the Victoria Pride Centre, which is a really great venue that we have here in Melbourne, Australia. And they also have a website, as I said, so I can actually use that as my promotion. Put a couple of flyers up in physical spaces like my local libraries. They have like, I've got my local library and then they have some libraries connected to that. So they could put up some posters there, put up some posters like in like notice boards around the space. So that was kind of my early promotion of the EOI. And then down the track, I did another round of promotion, both online and offline, printed out a whole bunch of flyers. The gallery helped out. So it was kind of like, the way I did it was like try and promote through as many channels as possible to see what stuck. And yeah, I mean, evidently it worked one way or another. I actually don't really know which channel worked the best in the end. I did feel like the online channel was actually, like, I was struggling to actually get traction on that, especially things like Twitter, Blue Sky. I posted on there, got like 1 or 2 likes, but didn't really go very far on those platforms. Did post in a number of Discords. There was a whole group that came from my local Ace and Aero community. So definitely promoting there was a great idea. So it's really rambly. But yeah, as I said, I tried as many channels as possible just to make sure that someone would notice it. And I think some people just kind of turned up because, as I said, like, it's a local gallery. People living nearby walked by, saw yeah, that's the other thing. We had a billboard out the front, so people saw the billboard.
Sweet. I want to have a billboard at the front.
Yeah.
That's interesting because, like, you mentioned a lot of like physical flyers, billboards, etc. And we as queer people, we often in these years we've been relying a lot on social media because, like, there's also the other aspect of it that, like, maybe we're also more in control in the internet and social media against any bad reactions. But the problem is that, as you mentioned, like, the online environment is now extremely hostile to content and exhibitions and events that are by queer people, for queer people, on queer topics. So that's really something we should reflect on. And it was great to hear that, like, you worked a lot on, like, this physical side of things. There weren't like bad reactions, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think a few things on that. One is, for me personally, I think having a physical space is really, really important. Like, I understand digital is key in terms of like access and especially like for disabled people or for people living in countries where you might not have a physical presence. But when I think back to 10 years ago when I first came out, it was really challenging for me, the fact that it only seemed to exist in a physical, on an online space. And like, the first time that asexuality and aromanticism really felt real to me and felt like something I could feel proud of, that I would be okay, essentially, wasn't going to end up miserable, alone, surrounded by cats, although that kind of sounds great because I love cats. The first time I felt that asexuality and aromanticism was real and would be okay was marching at that Pride March. As I said, shortly after I came out. And that was just so important for me to have that physical space. So that was why, for me, like, I was really passionate that this was a physical exhibition. It's now also an online exhibition, but it was a physical exhibition. You could come in, you could see other ACE people, you could come to that launch event. I had ACE-themed cupcakes. So that is ACE Pride in physical form, if nothing else. So I'm really passionate about that. And I think, like, one thing I'm really lucky about living in Melbourne, Australia, is that we have groups that are actually fighting against, like, queer spaces being shut down, queer events being shut down. I've been really proud, for example, over the past year or so, I've been volunteering with the Rainbow Community Angels, which is a local group that is actually kind of making sure, for example, that drag story time does go ahead, doesn't get cancelled, no matter what kind of pressure far-right extremists might put on the organisers. So, yeah, I think physical space is important and we have to fight for it.
Honestly, I couldn't agree more. I agree so much. Like, to me, like, I came out, at least to myself, in 2018, and at first it was just online for me. I, together with other ASPEC people, I created an ASPEC advocacy group in 2020. So that was forced to be online. And like, I'm so happy, like we keep trying to create physical spaces, like also across the whole country. We travel a lot because when you first create a physical space, then there's the possibility that that space goes on existing, but sometimes it needs a little spark. And I'm gonna be corny again because like that's my hobby. I do 24-hour live streams and I am corny. I've been doing this for like 7 years now, which is not much. There's activists who've been out and about for much more, but like 7 years is not even like pennies in terms of time, let's say. And every time I organize a physical meetup, I'm seeing like surprised faces, like so many surprised expressions of people that say like, I would have never imagined that so many people would come. I had never imagined that there were so many Ace and Aero people around me, so like near me. And every time I go to a Pride parade and like I meet other Ace people or Aero people and I have the flags, so many times they say to me like, I thought I was the only one here. And like, it's so extremely powerful every single time. I don't think I will ever get tired of the feeling of meeting another person that is part of your community and being the person that let them know they are not actually the only one in the city. They're not the only one in the region. They are not the only one in that space. So yeah, I completely agree that like physical space is important. It comes with challenges, especially in the current political climate. Now that I think of it, I wanted to ask, I don't know much about Australia. Like we in Europe, I live in Italy, so as far as far-right government, we have our issues as well now. And we constantly hear about the US. Like nowadays, we are bombarded with all the horrible things that are happening on a political scale in the US. But I admit that I don't know much about how the situation is in Australia. What would you say is happening for LGBTQIA plus people in Australia? How is the political climate now? Is it more hostile than previously? How much so?
Yeah, so I think by global standards, Australia is doing really, really well. And which means like that this is why I think we really need to be fighting to not kind of go down that slide into fascism, because like we're watching the rest of the world, we're watching America in particular, and people have tried to import American ideas like that into Australia. They're not that popular right now, and it's our job to ensure that they stay unpopular. And as I said, like it's part of that is like the general political climate, but it's also there are a lot of really important activist groups that are working really hard to ensure that fascism does not take over in Australia. I mentioned the Rainbow Community Angels earlier. Essentially what that group does is like if an event gets a far-right threat, Rainbow Community Angels shows up at that event, especially wearing these giant rainbow wings, which are kind of blocking out people from entering, blocking out cameras, all that, which is actually an idea that came from the US, from the murder of Matthew Shepard decades ago, but is come to Australia and is now an activist group called Rainbow Community Angels. That is one group. Another is the Melbourne Activist Legal Support, and essentially what they do is attend rallies, take photos and videos of police, if there is any police violence, they're documenting it, they're reporting it, they're providing evidence in court. We have street medics, obviously, who know, for example, what to do about pepper spray if that comes out at a rally. We have weekly rallies for Palestine, which I'm not going to kind of go into. Like there's a lot happening alongside this anti-queer movement, I will say. So like I don't want to kind of think about it like queer phobia in isolation. There are a lot of kind of different movements and different events and a lot of work going on to ensure that Australia doesn't become America or Europe for that matter. I mean, like the tradition, like a lot of Australia like dates back to the United Kingdom. I don't think we really want to visit the United Kingdom right now. Yeah, can you post into him? Yeah, so as I said, like there's a lot of groups that are really working hard to make sure that we don't go to that point, and which is why I think right now Australia is in quite good shape. So that means like there are things that you can do, I guess is my point. And I know I've kind of rambled for a while, but the other thing that's just kind of I'm thinking of right now is part of my research was actually looking at queer activism in the days before Nazi Germany, and the fact that things like Emma Tross's books survived. In fact, so Emma Tross, here's a fun fact for you. Emma Tross, who was one of the, it was probably the earliest case of a person we can categorically say was asexual. She outlived Hitler. Dora Richter outlived Hitler. So the around in the lead up to kind of what we call Nazi Germany, there was this real far right push against queer people, as well as against Jews, against Romanis, against all these groups. But people survived, and books survived, and a lot survived, and they survived because people rescued them. So I know this, I've just been rambling for ages and ages, but I guess the point that I would make around both Australia and the world in general right now is it's not the end of the world. There are still things we can do. And even if you are living in a world of really terrible things happening, there are still things you can save.
Thank you. That was inspiring, actually. And
we need to talk about AC straight on.
I also hope that maybe later during the break that we can put on screen the handles or maybe links or the projects you mentioned. I took notes, and also I very much agree about the fact that you said like not to see queer issues in a vacuum. There are so many that is intertwining, and also a strong community, a community that's that doesn't let fascism be, is a community that is strongly knit, that is strongly intertwined. So what is happening in Gaza is about queer people. It's a matter of queerness. What is happening to like poor people all over the world, it's a matter of queerness. What is happening to women is a matter of queerness. What is happening to disabled people is a matter of queerness. Everything is a matter of queerness in some way, because queerness is a matter for the other. Yeah, everything is interconnected. So Branka in the chat is saying Rainbow Angels sound epic. I'm honestly extremely interested in that. If I have a break at some point, which I'm not sure I'm gonna have, I'm gonna look it up. Also because later in the stream we're gonna have a panel, first in English and then in Spanish, that is about specific strategies and practices that we put in place against the current apocalyptic political climate.
That's going to be a really interesting panel, I think.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to that. And I think that many of the projects that you mentioned are going to be very interesting to discuss in that panels as well. So I'm probably going to look them up. There are so many other questions that are like more specifically about history and the research you did and blah, blah, blah. I was thinking of reserving some of that for the chat about ACE history we're having in 10 minutes. I wanted to ask you if you'd like to have a break, since 2 hours long talking is a long time. So if you want, we can have a 10 minutes break and then transition into the chat also with CJ's Galaxy joining us, and we can delve more into the topic of ACE history, both from the perspective of your research work and exhibition, of course, but also more in general, and talking also about other projects. I don't know, would you be okay with a 10 minutes break?
Yeah, I'm good with a break, unless were there any kind of remaining questions? I haven't really been looking at the chat. But...
Yeah, of course. I of course wanted to say this as well. I see many comments about the last things you said. If there are any questions, especially if they are specific for Luciella or about their exhibition, chat, feel free to put it in the chat now. Of course, if you don't come up with a question now, but one suddenly comes to you later, we're not going to ignore you. Just know that. I see an interesting comment. It's so important to get out the message that queer and aspec liberation truly is a worldwide issue. Standing up and speaking out for aces and arrows in other countries is so important right now. Yeah, thank you. I think this is Justin, who joined the stream last year. I really agree with this comment. I also think this is a core part of what International Sexuality Day would like to be. Did you want to say something about this?
I think that comment kind of sums it up, to be honest. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So okay, here we have a question. How did you go about your research? This is one of the questions that I had in mind. So.
Yeah, well, that one is probably a longer than 10-minute question, but I'll give a kind of quick answer, and then we can have a break.
Then we can go more in depth later. So the floor is yours.
So I guess actually, I don't really have a quick answer to this one now that I think about it, because there are a lot of different sources that I used in that exhibition. So I have, as I said, I've got a long list of the sources in the bibliography, and if you actually go through those files, there are some sources specifically listed in parts of the exhibition as well. But yeah, it was, so a big piece for me was really understanding the context of the periods of history I'm talking about, because what I found in the past, as I said, is you've got little pieces of asexual history that you kind of hear about in archives or in little threads around asexual history to date, but they're often out of context. You kind of don't understand, well, why, for example, was Emma Tross writing about this right before Germany went through some pretty significant social changes? What was why did that emerge back then? Why did asexuality and these different movements emerge in the US? Why has it taken so long for there to be these kind of asexual groups in Australia? And the short and simple answer to that is the internet, but there's a bigger answer there as well around kind of the emergence of acephobia and the impacts, for example, of the AIDS crisis and kind of what that meant for asexuality. So this is a long answer we'll probably dive into in the next session, but there's if you look through the bibliography, there's kind of some steps that I would suggest in terms of things to look at and kind of how to go about that research. So the long answer's in there, but the short answer is just take an interest and read all over the place, and it'll slowly come in together in something vaguely coherent.
I don't see any other questions, so I think we can have that 10 minutes break now. Chat, stay with us. We're gonna talk about ACE history a bunch more. We're gonna be joined by CJ's Galaxy as well. So like, stay tuned. We see someone. Is it getting possibly late in Argentina now? Well, thanks for being here, I guess. Hi, Ivana. So yeah, it's 10 minutes break, and then we are back here. Bye.
All right, see you back shortly. Bye.
I think we're back. We had a 10-minute break. So I can remove the banner. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my my charger just jumped off the table, which is not ideal. Please, charger, stay on course. Technical issue, physical technical issues, and not digital. You know, the importance of the physical space also has its challenges. Okay. So, just giving a heads up to CJ that I'm now going to add you to the stream. So, ready? 3, 2, 1, and add to stage. Yay!
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Right.
Okay,
Can you guys
now-
hear me all right? No technical
Yep.
issues. Great.
Perfect.
Amazing.
I'm amazed that we have already gone like 2 hours into the live stream without any technical problems. So
Oh.
that's already like that's a 12th. I don't know how to pronounce that in English, of the live stream without technical issues. So great.
Yeah.
Well, CJ, I don't know if you were already listening to the stream before. If you've
I think
heard.
I listened to a little bit of it in the background. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you know a bit about what we discussed with Luciella. I welcome you on this a bit. Okay, I welcome you on this stream. By the way, I'm a horrible host because I now realize that I didn't introduce myself to Luciella before, so I'm gonna like do a cumulative introduction to both. Like, hi, my name is S. I'm an ASPEC activist from Italy. I'm part of an ASPEC advocacy group called Rete Lettera, and I'm a very, let's say I'm everything ASPEC enthusiast, but lately my fixation has been like history and the crazy project of starting an archive of ASPEC history. So I was really, really happy about this panel specifically. Like, Luciella can confirm that I like answered the email like, "Hi, this is my professional answer as a part of the ACES Never Sleep team. And this is my personal answer. Oh my God, I'm so happy about this panel." So yeah, this is me. Luciella, I don't know if you want to briefly reintroduce yourself for CJ, and then CJ, if you want to tell something more about who you are, and feel free to also, if you want to promote what you do, your YouTube channel. This is true for all hosts. You can use the private chat, and the tech support is going to put it on screen.
Yeah.
Sure. So, hi, I'm Luciella Scarlett, pronouns are she, they. I live in Australia, and I have recently run a physical exhibition on ACE and ARO history called Non-Limerent Monosexual, which as of a few days ago is also a digital exhibition. So my big thing that I will promo, I will drop that link in the private chat. So that's the digital copy of the exhibition, which contains most of the same content from the physical exhibition, excluding things like artworks, copyright materials, and a couple of other items. So that's my spiel. Excited to chat ACE history.
Yeah. It's amazing. Out of curiosity, which city was it in? The exhibition?
Yeah, so based in Melbourne, except it was actually out in the suburbs of Melbourne, so Altona specifically.
Yeah. I'm Australian as well. So
hello, stranger.
we basically
It
know
looks like
each
you're in
other,
the
so we're
warmer
both
part of
really-
Australia because I'm all rugged up. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm in Queensland, so it's like
Right.
way different kind of weather. Yeah. So I'm CJ from CJ's Galaxy. I'm both asexual and aromantic. Micro labels being like demi-romantic, asexual. She, her pronouns, as you can see. I do a lot of content online about the Hunger Games, which I will be talking about hopefully later in the stream on literature in a few hours, and micro labels and headcanons in literature as well. I've done some series, I've done a couple of episodes on like asexual, aromantic representation in media on my YouTube channel as well. If anyone is interested, I just have the link as well that can be added into the stream. And I talk a lot about the Hunger Games on my channel and trying to tie in like queer areas, queer community areas into that. So yeah, I think, does anyone want to know anything else? I think that was the whole spiel. Yeah, so that is me, my YouTube channel, and
Yeah.
the whole thing.
I put the YouTube channel on screen. Of course, the link is also in the chat to anyone who wants to any A-Spec Hunger Games fan specifically. So you have a lot to work on right now, because I'm personally not a great fan of the series, but I've seen that fans are like in an uproar now because there's more books being published.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll follow your channel to know more about that. Right before we went into the break, we had a question. That's a kind of a technical one, and also one I'm very interested in. But before going back to that, I like how you go on about doing ace history research. I wanted to ask to the both of you, what do you think is the relevance of doing this? Like, some people may, we have so many kinds of activism and art and content creation, and many of these things, and most of the activism, let's say, we see in the queer community focuses on the present, which is not wrong, of course, because we have stuff to deal with right now. We mentioned some of the stuff we have to deal with. So first of all, I wanted to ask you what do you think, and what you would tell the audience is the importance and relevance of doing also queer history research, queer history content, queer history reflection, and then specifically ACE1 or ACE-PAC1. I don't know how we want to go about with who says what, the order, I mean. So we're just gonna go and do that because.
Well, go ahead.
I don't mind. Yeah, I can go first. Maybe, yeah. So
go with that.
Just the importance is, it's the representation had to come from somewhere. We didn't just magically come up with the labels overnight. I know that there's been, when it comes to asexuality and aromanticism, it's something that these terms were they were popularized like 10-ish years ago. And I've discovered, like, in different research, I also do research on asexual and aromantic representation for university. So in my university research, I've looked at terms like quirky alones being like people who have chosen not to be in relationships, or at least, conventional relationships, that we've kind of always existed. And being able to research and understand where we've come from, how the terms have developed, is just so important. And you see things like that as well, just in general queer history as well, when you look at different areas, like authors who were, or just people in the media in general, were queer, but they weren't necessarily open, or you saw like things that, like codes, queer codes that people could pick up on if you're in that community, but you wouldn't necessarily pick up on in the general public. You know, there was people who were really open, like Oscar Wilde, but then there were people who were a little bit down on the down low as well. I think there was the author of Little Women as well. They're like, a lot of figures are so important to be able to show to people that we've been here the whole time. Yeah, so did you want to go next as well?
Yeah, I'll try and kind of add on that. I guess for me, like, part of why I created my exhibition was spite, because I've seen queer exhibitions, queer history exhibitions in Australia, and particularly Melbourne. I think we're quite lucky that there is that content. But each time I would go to one of those, it was like it was lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, no mention of asexuality in there at all.
Yeah.
And it just like, it made me really sad to visit those spaces. Like I'm happy that people do have that representation there at all, but as an ace person walking into that space and feeling like I don't belong, that was really sad. And I think the first time that I saw any kind of ace representation at a museum was Sydney World Pride a few years ago. There was a poster on the wall that had a list of different sexualities: heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, and they said asexual and celibate, two separate words on that same poster, which that was really interesting to me. And like, just actually having those words there, even with no context. But then like I ended up having to go on this kind of journey to actually find the context behind it, because the research has not been done in Australia, as I'm sure, CJ, you're aware. You've kind of tried to dig into this stuff. So it was just kind of like, that was really interesting for me. It was really important for me, and I felt represented for the first time. But that was one little word on a poster in this gigantic exhibition about queer history. And I kind of feel like we deserve more than that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it's like, at my university, to my knowledge, I'm the only person studying the area, not even just in literature, in the arts. There's no one talking about it, and there's no one in history talking about it. And my university doesn't acknowledge the A. They stop at the I, the LGBTI, and then they don't really have the plus. They have without the A as well. It's just, it's so frustrating that even like universities that claim to be so forward-thinking, progressive, that they don't add us on to the end. So we need more people studying in the area. And I was speaking to someone in charge of like my dissertation at university, and she was telling me to go to other universities to find that community, because it's so like there's no one around, and you have to like go outside to find that community. So it's really important to talk about, so more people need to, like, we want more representation, especially in the academic space.
If I may add on to this, personally, I think that like it's very important to do research in history, in ACE history, in ASPEC history, because like ASPEC history is usually forgot, but it's not just forgot. It's such a forgotten. Sorry, oops. It's also actively erased. Like it's not just like we disappeared. Someone consciously said at some point, this is something we didn't want to remember because we don't care about this, because this is not part of queer history. And I don't know how it is in your country, like, but at least here, and I know not just in Italy, we even well-meaning people tend to talk about asexuality and aromanticism as something that is like recent, that is something very young that we didn't know about before, that didn't exist before. Well-meaning people tend to say this as like, this is the new thing we have to know about. But they play into the ideology of those who say, this is something new, this is just a new trend, this is just a new fad that is going to disappear. Like erasing the roots and the culture and the history of our community is often something that is also intentional, because it gives people the right to say that, like, we don't deserve to be there. Like, we weren't there in queer history. We weren't part of it. We know it's not like that. Like, nowadays in Italy, especially, I see happening now what happened, still happening to bi people, to be honest, but which happened a lot to bi people before. Like, they were actually erased in public. It was like they didn't exist, but they were part of so many pride committees. Like, they literally gave out flyers, they organized a demonstration, but then they couldn't be out, they couldn't exist as bisexuals. Like, in Italy, at least, I know it's the same. I know so many ASPEC people that actively work in building pride events and queer events all over the country, but we are not recognized, we're not publicly recognized, because, like, we are invisible. And saying that we're something new becomes the excuse to say, well, this is a new topic. You have no idea how many times I hear it, at least here in Italy, but I guess also in other countries. Well, but this is something new. We're still not prepared to talk about it. Come back in 5 years, come back in 10 years. How long do we have to? Once I found something from a queer magazine in the 80s mentioning asexuality briefly, and saying that was probably just a new trend that was going to die out. So we've currently been the new trend for 40 years. How long till we can be like, it's just an excuse. So I think it's very, very important to work on that. I will add, and then I'll shut up, because as you probably imagined, I'm better as a host than as a guest because I talk too much. And when I'm the host, I have to limit myself. That, like, you mentioned like a queer exhibition in which you found gay and lesbian and then bisexual and trans people. Here, for what I can see, a research and exhibition about queer history are usually only about gay and lesbian. Sometimes trans people are mentioned. Bisexual people are usually not. And it's extremely interesting that, like, the first contribution to the research in ASPEC history in Italy actually came from bisexual people, because while they were researching their erased history, they sometimes came across a mention of asexuality. It's interesting. Sometimes bisexuality and asexuality go together as erased identities in history. So many times, some bisexual activists, some bisexual friends of mine called me and said, I have just found asexuality mentioned in the 90s, and sent me all this stuff. So I think that's also something very, very interesting.
That's awesome. Yeah, love bi solidarity.
Yeah. I'm just putting this comment on screen. The tide is slowly changing. The LGBTQ plus history book from DK Publishing has a very good section dedicated to the history of the ace and era community. Oh,
that's pretty good.
I'm gonna take notes. I didn't know anything about this.
Yeah. I will agree with that comment that the tide is changing, and I am starting to see more mentions of ace and era history. Definitely still a long way to go, but like, it wasn't that long ago we would not be mentioned at all. So
yeah, it's such an interesting area as well when you look at just the queer community as a whole. I remember, I don't know if this is what you referred to earlier, Lucia, but I remember seeing, I think it was at Pride as well a few years ago, and it was possibly when Anthony Albanese, our current Prime Minister, first got in at Pride. He was there. I remember that, and I was watching it because the Prime Minister was there. And then I saw like an ace float come in. It was so small, but that was like the first time that I saw like representation of us in somewhere in Australia.
The reason for that, though, and I'm just thinking of because I'm assuming this is Mardi Gras, the Sydney-based Pride event. Every year they cut away from the ACE group. So they've actually been marching since 2015. 2016 was the first year that they marched because I joined them. But like practically every year, the camera moves away from the ACE group. So you will know if you watch the full replay, but you will not know that there was an ACE group if you just watch the news coverage. But I will say again, like this is another area where the tide is changing and they are actually showing it partially on screen. They skipped away from it this year as well, but had it on a small screen, had a little mention of it at least. But literally they like for years, the camera for the main news coverage of that parade has moved away from the ACE float, but it's been there since 2016.
Has it? That's the first time I saw it was 2021.
I swear it's not a conspiracy theory, like literally, because I was there in 2016, so I know they were there.
You were a part of like the actual group that was there, or were you in the crowd? Oh, okay.
No, I was in the group that was there. I made a dress for it, which I hung up in my exhibition. But so I was literally there. But they keep skipping away from it and doing like cuts to speaking with like running interviews with people. It's just that's my pet peeve around that event. But
I can guess. I would be enraged personally, but well. Oh God. I don't know if you had any questions or topics you wanted to talk about, because I have some in mind, but I don't want to. Like technically, I'm not the host now. It's a chat. So.
Well, I had an idea before when we were talking, when I saw in the chat like about an earlier topic. I don't remember what it was, but it was something to do with like acknowledging other countries and seeing that everyone, like what kind of support every country needs. And something that came to mind for that was consummation laws around marriage that I see come up in the community a lot, and how it can be discriminatory. And I know that Australia, I believe, I've looked it up, that we don't have consummation laws anymore as well. Right. And it really emphasizes how sex is important to a relationship in the societal norm, when that's not how every marriage or long-term relationship will work. And that in other countries where consummation laws do exist, that it could lead to discrimination from partners as well. Just came to mind as a topic. I don't know how much everyone else knows about it. I've just done a little bit of research. I just think it's an important topic.
Yeah, so because for my exhibition, I did something ridiculous, and instead of looking at the past like 50 to a few hundred years of history, I looked at the past 4,000 years of history.
Wow.
So which is
crazy.
Insane. But marriage is a really big part of that, and kind of understanding the way that marriage can act as a force of oppression, and which has changed over time, because consummation law is a part of that, but also this idea that emerged around medieval Europe of marital debt, which is essentially the idea that if you are married, you owe sex. You have to have sex with your partner on command, wherever. Like you can be in the church and your partner says, "I want sex," you got to have sex. That's this idea out of the medieval law book, essentially, or the church, I guess, law from that time. And that, so I guess this is a really long way of saying it, but a lot of kind of this anti-ACE oppression is tied up with marriage and the history of marriage, and how sexuality has kind of been weaponized throughout time. And that is a particularly Western invention as well, I will say, because we live in Australia right now. It is a colonial country. In the pre-colonial era, you did not necessarily have this idea. Well, in the pre-colonial era, Australia was a very diverse place, and it wasn't just one nation, but a lot of ideas around how sexuality and marriage are supposed to work were imported from the West and were forced onto the Indigenous population. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that point. But Yeah, marriage definitely as a force of oppression. Sorry, that's kind of gone off on the tangent, but yeah.
I wanted to add to this that since we mentioned like other countries, etc., we've recently had the European Court of Human Rights ruling against the French government about this specifically, because like a woman, if I remember correctly, in a divorce trial, a woman got all the expenses of the divorce assigned to her because she didn't have sex with a husband, and you.
Sorry, still there, S?
Oh, it froze a bit.
Yeah.
Not. I saw the stream glitching for a moment.
Yeah, you're back.
We're back.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we're talking about this. We still don't know if this ruling from the European Court of Human Rights is gonna bear some importance on the topic, but it's a very important starting point. So just wanted to mention that. If it's okay with you, Luciela, you mentioned something that I really wanted to ask you more about. You mentioned how you focused also on like how much of this preconceptions and of these attitudes towards marriage and sex, and by extension asexuality, were kind of imported from the West. And in your form entry, you mentioned that most of the research in ace history so far has been focusing on like other countries, on the US, etc. So we often see this issue, let's say, in the ace community, in the ace community, that like there's an let's say that Anglophone countries, at least some of them, the US, Canada, UK, tend to have more space in the conversation than other communities. International Sexuality Day, it was also born with the idea of giving the spotlight to other communities. I was interested in what your perspective on this is, because Australia is an Anglophone country, but also I wouldn't say that you are overexposed in the conversation inside the community, and also in the conversation about ace history and research about ace history as much as other Anglophone countries. So I was very interested in what your point of view is about the presence and prevalence of Australian voices in the historic research on asexuality, or in the community as a whole.
Yeah, I might take that one first, if that's all right, and CJ can then add. So I will like clarify one of the points I made earlier, because obviously asexuality itself has existed everywhere at every time throughout history. So, but what has kind of come out of the West, and particularly in fact out of America, is the idea of asexuality as a dysfunction, as this idea that there is something wrong with being asexual, essentially. A lot of the ideas or the assumptions around compulsory sexuality and amatonormativity do come from the West, which have obviously ended up all over the world because of colonization. So it was kind of the point that I was trying to make there. Now, the interesting thing when you look at kind of Australia versus the US, now a lot of the language around asexuality and aromanticism has come to us from the US. Now, which is not to say that like Australia did not already have mentions of asexuality in similar terms like celibacy, which is kind of not quite the same thing, but has some overlap. Some of that did emerge separately in Australia, but one thing that I thought was really interesting kind of in my research was looking at the different trajectories that Australia took versus America took, specifically in the 80s. Because in the 80s, Australia had for most of that a Labor government, and for the 3 years that we did not have a Labor government, we had a surprisingly left-wing conservative government. Which meant, Labor is essentially our centre-left party.
They're centre at the moment, but they're like left
probably kind of
back in the 80s.
Slowly sliding towards the right, but but the idea is at that same time America had Ronald Reagan, who is not centre left. So in Australia, healthcare essentially became free. Medicines became very cheap. They're not free, but they are very cheap. Australian healthcare was not a for-profit enterprise, and in fact, like in the late 80s as well, obviously the AIDS pandemic came along, and Australia's response to AIDS was quite good by global standards, in terms of like acted quickly, took it seriously. The language was fairly clear. Not to say there was no homophobia at all around that time, but comparatively by global standards, the messaging was really good. Now, what was happening in America at that time? Ronald Reagan was president. Ronald Reagan was essentially turning the American healthcare system into this horrible for-profit enterprise, where not only incentivized new dysfunctions to be created and incentivize the advertising of them. So in Australia, you can't actually advertise pharmaceuticals direct to consumer, which I think is the case in Italy as well. America's a bit of a weird outlier from that regards. So if you imagine, like in the late 90s, Viagra comes out and is a big hit. There's a lot of advertising around that. There is a lot of advertising around related things like Cialis and Levitra, and this idea of so-called female Viagra, which is not actually Viagra, but long story. So America is kind of coming up with this idea of the sexual dysfunction, which and again, around the same time as you're having AIDS and this backlash against the sexual revolution, and then this backlash against the backlash to the sexual revolution. So kind of the culture that's emerging out of America in the 80s to 90s, in the lead up to the late 90s, which is where asexuality kind of emerged as this new online communities, that cultural context was actually quite different to the Australian cultural context. So that's a really interesting thing that I've discovered through my research. And I don't know, CJ, if you've kind of got anything to add to that, or if you would disagree, agree.
No, I definitely agree in that area, since I know that recently, compared to history in the 80s and 90s, that we do have influences from America, and it's gotten consistently, what I would personally say, as worse recently, just because we have more influences from the extreme right and those kind of traditional values of marriage and oppressing women and women obeying whatever the man says. And when it comes to like asexuality and sexuality in general, is that basically we have to have sex whenever the man says so, basically. And I think during the 80s, there was, it would have been the 80s. I'm thinking of more like The Handmaid's Tale, and how there was another, I don't know if there was a second, third wave of feminism. Don't remember which wave it was, but there was a new wave of feminism in the 80s, that time period, which I feel I haven't done a lot of research in this area, but it would likely be the reason why so many women or AFAB people are in the community now, because we had that area of kind of sexual liberation, even though there was that backlash, that we were able to discover our sexual identities more in where men might not have. And I'm thinking more of the gender side of things as well when it comes to history, and like just the wave of feminism in the 80s, The Handmaid's Tale also as a part of my brain keeps going back to literature and history of literature, like more of the classic novels where we have representation in those areas. I feel like I'm going on a tangent now, but it's basically, I do agree with it. And America has so much influence and so much of a grasp on us and those kind of norms as well. Yeah. Yeah.
I would say,
so much.
I was just kind of thinking something is, like going back to kind of America's influence, one of the documents that emerged in the late 90s was the World Association for Sexual Health's Declaration of Sexual Rights, which is a document which, among other things, says sex is an inherent part of being human, essentially. So this whole idea of sex equals human is kind of emerging around that time. And I think a lot of that was kind of coming out of America, is my theory at least. But sorry, America, I know I'm bad-mouthing you or not, but...
I badmouth the US like literally constantly in this in IAD. Like I'm very obnoxious and vocal about that. Can I ask you to repeat the thing you just mentioned, like the name of the
World Association for Sexual Health, or WAS declaration. So there was a 1999 declaration. There was a revised version from 2005, and the revised version focused a lot more on sexual dysfunction. And I think there was also another from 2014-ish. And kind of the reason why I mention this is when you look at Australian media around the 2014, 2015 mark, essentially what you would have is a few asexual people in an interview, like in an article, and then they would also interview a sex therapist, and the sex therapist would give the balanced opinion, where like asexuality isn't real, you're just repressed, everyone is sexual, and like kind of repeating the talking points from that declaration I mentioned. So
it reminds me of something I came across earlier from Helen Fisher, who I believe was an anthropologist, and she did a study on how sex is an inherent biology within humans, because we have this need to reproduce and replace the population for us. You know, like the whole idea that a couple needs to have 2-3 kids to replace them in like a nuclear family unit. And Helen Fisher was criticized by Elizabeth Brake in a 2012 study, basically on amatonormativity, which is a word used a lot more now in aromanticism, but at the time Elizabeth Brake was talking about asexuality. And she criticizes Helen Fisher about how it's not an argument against asexuality just because it's not relevant, essentially, that it's not relevant to the sexuality. And there are so many different ways that relationships can look, and that biology doesn't kind of think of different areas of being human as well. So if anyone's interested in Elizabeth Brake from 2012, her book, it was on family and marriage. I don't remember the exact, I can look it up. Elizabeth, I forgot the name.
I think I know the one you're talking about.
Minimizing marriage.
Minimizing marriage.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Minimizing marriage. Highly recommend reading that. Chapter 4 talks about amatonormativity and criticizes Helen Fisher in there, as well as other researchers who looked at that like idea of inherent biology of wanting sex, or in medicalizing the area as well.
Thank you so much for the. I took a lot of notes, honestly. I'm gonna have to change the piece of paper at some point, because it starts to be a little crowded. Luciela, can we go back to that question, to the one before the break? Like, and this, of course, now is for Luciela, but also CJ. Like, talk to me as if I were a child who wants to start working a bit more specifically on ASPEC history and research. What would I do? Like, okay, don't talk to me as a child, because I don't think that a literal child would want to start an archive of ASPEC history, but who knows?
One of these days, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll give the short answer I gave then, and also kind of expand on it. So number one, please have a look at my wonderful little exhibition, because there is there's a document in there. It's labeled a bibliography, and it's also got a bit of commentary around kind of my methodology and the key things that I considered. Now, in terms of kind of like step by step how you go about this, yeah, it's a bit of a complicated one, because there was a massive amount of materials that I looked at in the course of this exhibition. And while most of the work of the exhibition kind of happened over the past year, over the past 10 years or so, I've been kind of collecting knowledge. Because I think like one of the key first steps that I would recommend if you are looking to research ACE and ARO history is to really interrogate the assumptions behind asexuality and aromanticism. What I might kind of mean by that, and like we give ACE 101 a lot of the time, but I think we kind of become desensitized to it. So let's look at one of the ACE 101 questions, which is, why do we need all these labels? Why can't we all just be human? If you hear that, you probably just feel kind of annoyed by it. But let's kind of think about the answer to that question, which is, I need those labels because if I don't have those labels, I feel broken. Where does that feeling of brokenness come from? And that's kind of, for me, the first step is to really understand, like, what is that feeling of brokenness? Where does it come from? Who's contributing to it? What are the social ideas behind it? And like for me, I ended up going all the way back through history and kind of looking at how was society structured way back ago, like 4,000 years ago. What did people value? Was it still this idea that like you have a man and woman in a couple and that is the pinnacle of the relationship, nothing else matters, drop your family, drop your friends, it's all about the couple and it's all about sex? Well, no. Like if we look at our first sources of literature in the world, like the Epic of Gilgamesh as this ancient work of literature, which, yes, there are sexual relationships in there between men and women, but the most significant relationship in there is between two men. And some people will read that as a gay relationship. That's fine. And it's a close relationship that is not explicitly sexual and doesn't rely on sex. And it's a bond between two people, which doesn't kind of fit into this modern idea of like, what is the number one couple, like what is the number one relationship in your life? And going back to, I guess, the research question, for me, like this was not just a study into the labels that we have used in the past for asexuality and like finding asexual people in history, because that's a difficult thing to do in terms of kind of saying this person was asexual or this person was aromantic. Not saying you can't do that, but it's really hard to say that they were definitely asexual. But what you can do is trace back the ideas around asexuality and aromanticism, as well as these ideas of compulsory sexuality, of amatonormativity, and this third term, which is eugenics, which is where we actually start to look in the intersections of race and disability and asexuality and kind of what are the politics there. So I'm going on a really long tangent now, but like I said, if like the bibliography has some kind of steps and kind of things to consider, but the short answer is just read literally everything because it all ties into it somehow.
Yeah, I think to extend on that area, especially on relationships in like the ancient world, going back into literature between like just bonds between people, is that when it comes down to looking into relationships like that, is that you don't necessarily have to get rid of the other labels to look at asexuality and aromanticism as well. That you can look at any kind of historical figure and realize that they may be gay or lesbian or bi or whatever, because they lived with a same-sex couple, they were a same-sex couple, lived with what their roommate was, as historians will say, but they can also not have a sexual relationship there either. You can label yourself, now that we know a lot more about labels, that you can be asexual and a lesbian, asexual and gay, and be in any type of relationship, and you as the person can just have the bond with them in whatever way that you would want. So when you're looking into it for the first time, that you don't have to forget about everything else. You can look into other marginalized communities and see how they intersect in different ways as well.
Yeah. And I probably should have said this as well. When looking at the intersections, so ace and aro history can be found alongside queer history throughout time. Like you will often find the word asexuality mentioned there, or monosexual, or like a lot of those kind of similar terms alongside sexuality, alongside feminism as well. If you're looking through feminist resources, because like wanting to be an independent person, wanting to like not have to get married, not have to end up in a relationship, that is a feminist idea, and it's also an asexual idea. In fact, like the word virgin is arguably an early term for asexual in a way, because what that term historically meant was unmarried. In modern terms, like it's a really judgy term. Like when you're talking to a woman about virginity, like that's a value judgment. If you're talking to a man, it's an insult. But virgin historically just meant unmarried, independent. Like we have our virgin goddesses, our virgin saints, our virgin queen, like these powerful figures. I keep going off on tangents, but I love this panel.
I think that literally the scope of the panel is like, this is a chat, so like going on tangents is like expected, and so go on all the tangents you want.
We love tangents. Yeah. It reminds me as well of spinsters. That always comes up. Spinsters, like as a woman in society, especially if you go back to feminism, like feminist theory and men, women in history as well, that spinsters, women had to be married by a certain time. It was like late teens, early 20s. By the time you were like 25, you were a spinster, essentially. I think it was 25. That's what it is in my head. But as a man, you could be, there was no like judgmental term on that either, that you weren't necessarily a spinster. You were seen just as a regular man in society who couldn't be tied down to marriage, and that there was a lot more freedom as men to be able to do that. And I think when it comes to asexuality, there was kind of just, it has like waves of like who was accepted and who was fighting for that kind of like sexual liberation. And now we're at the point where men still have that kind of stereotype. There are those stereotypes on women as well, but then we have so many women now in the asexual community, or AFAB people as well. But then the men are still kind of like stragglers, trying to figure out their identity because of the stereotypes in that area. So there's like that whole intersectionality of feminism and gender, and it's like a whole thing that you can get into throughout history, and when men were accepted, when women were accepted for different parts of marriage.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to say that like I will take the advice of reading anything that comes under my hands to heart. I think I'm a bit prepared to that, because like I unfortunately have a degree in classical philology, so like I'm used to reading whatever the hell is in front of me, and I'm used to dust. So I will try to work on that, and I hope that that can amount to something. So yeah, I will like, I think your advice is very important, because of the fact that, like, as you said, as you mentioned, words change, and the way we use asexual, the way we use aromantic, the way we use aspect nowadays is something we use nowadays. But these concepts, these ideas, as have existed for a lot of times, maybe with different words. So we have to keep like an open mind, and sometimes we find our words with other meanings. Like when I mentioned earlier that I found a mention of asexuality in a queer magazine, then we went to look at it, and it was very different than how we intend asexuality nowadays. That's still part of ace history, though, because like it's part of the history of the label, the history of our language, how it changed, etc., etc. So I just wanted to mention that, like, if there are any questions in the chat, we're probably going to wrap up this chat in about 10 minutes because we're moving to Nepal, and I have seen that like Manita is already online. So if you want, I will also like transition to the other panel together with you, so you can say hi to Manita if you'd like to get to know another amazing, like one of my favorite aspect people in the entire world. So we have a question from the chat. What is the earliest example you found of asexuality?
Should I answer that one, or do you want to go, CJ?
I feel like your answer would be much further back than mine.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. So, I mean, it depends on what we call asexuality is the quick answer. Because, as I said, I would say Emma Tross would be the earliest, like, clear example of something that is definitely asexuality, because she was talking about desire and attraction and, like, that kind of model, which is, like, I mean, even today, that does not quite match our model of asexuality is all about attraction. It's got nothing to do with libido and so on. So depending on how strict you are with that label, like you can go right to the present or you can go further back. But I would say Emma Tross is the earliest example of asexuality as clear analogous to the modern term. Now, if we look at it in a broader sense, because as I said, like the word virgin has kind of changed over time. And like, if we go way back through history and think of who would have remained unmarried in the olden days, like you can look at ancient literature from that time. You can look at like ancient priestesses from Mesopotamia who did not marry. Well, some of them possibly did marry, but others did not. You can look at Hypatia is a really interesting one, who's from Egypt during the Roman period. So not ancient Egypt, but Egypt that is ancient. So she's a historical figure who was remained single throughout her life, and there's this funny little story in her biography where someone tried to seduce her, and her response to that was she took one of her menstrual cloths and threw it at his face.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's an example of like, I mean, we don't know that she was asexual, but God, that is an asexual mood.
Yeah, I can imagine myself doing that. I feel like possibly if we're talking about like ancient goddesses, could Artemis potentially, is it Artemis?
Yeah, Artemis, Athena, Hestia is the virgin goddesses. Yeah. So
yeah, there are a lot of virgin goddesses in Greek and Roman religion. Yeah. So I don't know if like this answered the question. How early did you want to go?
Yeah, again, it's like how long is a piece of string? But no, I mean, again, it's like how strictly do you define asexuality? But I would say like if we're defining it in a relatively strict sense as being a sexual orientation, I would say Emma Tross from my mind. And I would say as well that is the earliest example that we have found so far
What year is Emma Tross as well? What year was Emma Tross?
Emma Tross. So she
Yeah,
lived in
I
the
also wanted to ask you to give specific references for the Erwin is answering in the chat.
1897. I think, no, she was born a bit earlier than that, because I think she was in her 80s when she died, and she died in 1946. So subtract, I think, 86 years from that. I'm just going off the top of my head. Look at her Wikipedia page.
What was her career, or where did she mention it? Was it?
Yeah, so Emma Tross was living in, that must be when her book came out. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sure. Sorry, I was like, no, that's not when she was born, but no, that would be when her book came out. Yeah.
Yeah. My knowledge is mostly in like the early 2000s when Avon started coming up and the term started becoming more popularized. Other than that, it's like literature where I've just speculated that the authors might have been, they were left unmarried. So I'm like, maybe in those areas. But at the same time, when you're looking at ancient history, it's like we've always existed. That whole idea of queer people in history, just we've existed alongside like the conventional norm the whole time. We just didn't have the space to talk about it as, more Western colonial history was happening as well.
Yeah, and to a certain extent didn't necessarily need the term or had different terms.
Yeah.
It's like historically sexuality was kind of a behavior rather than an orientation. So even the idea of an orientation is only a little bit over 100 years old. So, yeah.
I was thinking of this before while you talked. Like, thank you for giving like more references to Emma Tross, because you mentioned her many times, and like I came to know Emma Tross thanks to Erwin, who is in chat, that shared this in the IAD server, Discord server, if I remember right. But also I thought that could be interesting for many people in the chat. And I wanted to say something, if I have time, like I have 1 minute. That like, as you said now, I was thinking of this before, like it's not easy to, we have to keep an open mind when looking for clues, for traces of asexuality and romanticism, because like those things were intended in different ways, because the concept of orientation itself was intended in different ways. I mean, maybe homosexuality is a little bit easier to look for information than asexuality and romanticism for some specific things. But still, also historians working on homosexuality have to deal with that, have to deal with the fact that like what we intend as homosexuality nowadays, as sexual orientation nowadays, was not like that. Like the separation of desire and attraction, the idea of the orientation as less tied to behavior but more to attraction, etc., is something that is extremely modern. And since I come from a classical philology background, something that I often see in the queer community is this anxiety to attribute modern labels to ancient figures.
Yeah.
And there's usually a crowd split in two. People saying that, like attributing labels at the slightest hint that they could go, and like attributing a very modern label to ancient figures. And then the other side of the crowd saying that that is irrational and we shouldn't, because we can't apply modern labels to ancient people. I think that like this topic could be like, we should be a little bit more flexible on this. Like, on one hand, yes, from a philological and historical perspective, it's extremely important to keep in mind that some things are modern, are tied to modern concept, etc. So, but now no one is going to come and kill me if I say that Julius Caesar is an interesting representation for the concept of bisexuality. We shouldn't like harass people for doing that, because Yes, I recognize that I can't say Julius Caesar was bisexual, because our modern notion of sexual orientation is also extremely based on self-identification, and that's very important. It's an identity. It's also a political term. So I completely agree. But some things about Julius Caesar's life were important to recognize traces of pre-dating concepts of bisexuality in the ancient times. So we should be flexible about this. I have been literally banned from queer pages for saying that, arguing about which modern label would be more acceptable for Sappho is pointless. I have literally been banned from queer pages about this. But you said Hypatia. Sorry, I don't remember how you pronounce it in English. For me, it's Hypatia in Italian. I think you said a very interesting concept. She was an asexual mood. I don't care if she actually was asexual. There's the side of historical research and philological research. There's also the side of recognizing that we don't know if we could apply this modern label to Hypatia. We know that she was an amazing asexual mood, and that's relevant for historical research as well, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Agree with all of that.
I hope no people that ban me from pages are watching this live stream.
It's a funny thing to ban you for, anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give a heads up to Manita and Karma that I'm gonna add them to the live stream, and we can this is like one of my favorite people in the whole world. So we can say hi to each other. In case there are any other questions that we didn't answer, people feel free to write anything in the chat, and we will see CJ again later, so you can ask
for literature
questions, and also we will send Luciella any of your questions, and I will also send Luciella many of my personal questions, and I will say that it was actually the chat, so I'm not gonna appear as obnoxious. So thank you, Luciella. Thank you, CJ.
Thanks so
thank
much.
you so much. It was extremely interesting and inspiring. And Manita and Karma, welcome. So let's say goodbye to Luciella and CJ. Bye. Okay. Well, it's great to see you again.
Yeah, thank you for
so
such
great.
a heartwarming welcome as Happy International Asexuality Day.
Yay! I'm always so happy to see you, Manita.
Same. It's like a meetup we have every time. It's like a personal chit-chatting time during IAD.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I just wanted to put this on the thank you. This has been a great panel by Anthony. Thank you, Anthony, and again, thank you to CJ's Galaxy and Luciella Scarlett. I personally found that extremely informative and interesting and inspiring. Manita and Karma, welcome. I don't know how you want to go about this, if you want to introduce you personally or if you want to go straight to introducing Nepali aspects. I'm just going to introduce you a bit. Like Manita and Karma are part of Nepali aspects, which is an asexual and aromantic group from Nepal. They are amazing. I love them. They are like my favorite organization in the whole world. On par with mine, of course. And I'm so happy to have you here again to do a spotlight on Nepal segment. So we're going to focus on what you're doing as the aspect community in Nepal and what you achieved and what are your projects for the future. And should I also say happy birthday? Do I remember correctly that like IAD is Nepali Aspect's birthday as well? Did I? Yeah.
Actually, okay,
Go.
so I'm going to clarify that a bit. So, hi everybody, I'm Dr. Manita Newakarki. My pronouns are they and she. I'm the founder of Nepali Aspects, and actually, our birthday is on 27th August, but our first offline meeting, our first online meeting, our logo unveiling, and all of the things happened on IAD. The first IAD was our first event ever, and that was the first day any like the six of us, seven of us that had met that day had met a Nepali asexual person for the first time was during the first IID. So in a way, it is kind of a very big milestone for us. It's like a birthday for us. That's me. Other than that, I think my introduction could be summed up into the facts that I'm a medical doctor, I'm a psychological counselor, and I'm an artist and an activist. Other than that, I think we can move on to Karma now for because like Karma has joined this international panel for the first time today, and would love to invite Karma for this amazing experience that IAD always brings for all of us worldwide.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Karma, and I think adding on to IAD being Nepali asexuals, okay, not Nepali asexuals' birthday, but I remember that the first time I found out about Nepali aspects was actually shortly after the first IAD. So if it wasn't for IAD, I probably wouldn't have found out about it. So yeah, it's like, so IAD has in a way facilitated a lot of people in our group to finding Nepali aspects. So yeah, and I've been part of Nepali aspects for about 3 years now. So like, to Manita is, I think I'm like a person who just randomly showed up one day and never left.
So I'm probably not gonna be. I'm probably not gonna have to be kind of a host now, right? Because I think you have your own thing going on. So if you prefer, I can also like. I think I can go in the background so that you have more space on the screen, because I understood that you wanted to like show something that you've done. So just tell me if you prefer. I can go to the background for a bit.
Yeah, I think given the amount of time and energy you have put on, and you will have to put on this, I think giving you a short break to go into a background would be a good thing too, as you would need some rest. We could take on and do the screen share.
I will go to the background. I mean, in the live stream. I won't be on screen, but if you think of all the panels, like I love all the panels that are going to be today. I think they are all extremely interesting. But if you think that I'm going to leave this chair specifically during your panel, Manita, think again. But yeah, let's see if I can go to the background. I'm the only admin here, but I should be able to do that.
Okay, so we can start, I guess. So, like I said, this is the spotlight session for Nepal, and we are very privileged and very lucky to have found this IID family, as well as this date, 6th April, since 2021, has been a big step forward for us Nepali asexuals and aromantics, because it has given us this backdrop, this safety, this international platform to work not just for international community, but also back home. It has given us some substance and some support, back support. So we'll start with when we started and what happened. Then Karma can move on and like do the screen share. So we can briefly talk about the timeline of how Nepali Aspects has been working in the fields of asexual as well as aromantic activism in Nepal.
Okay, I'll just try to share my screen here. Can you confirm that you can see my screen? Can you see my screen?
And not at the moment. So if needed, I can try. I received the link from, so I can try and do that. Oh, there's more than one folder. Which one should I open?
I think it's the timeline one.
The timeline one. Okay, so wait. I'm gonna have to join from my computer, unless Erwin wants to do that, because I have my computer on a different internet connection than my phone. Just to. Okay, so. Timeline. Okay, here it is. Okay, I'm sorry, you're. Okay.
I think till then we can, yeah, started. So thank you all of the listeners who have joined us and all of the listeners who will be joining us later on. This IAD and live streams Aces Never Sleep has been not just important during the IAD day, but also for anyone who ever wants to find out community online. This is all going to be recorded and it's there on the internet, and it just makes one more ACE person feel less lonely. That's the beauty of it all. So maybe I can start with the timeline. So we started in August 2020 as an Instagram page, and it was named Nepali Asexuals at that point of time. And I started it as an anonymous admin. And at that point of time, I just had figured out that the term asexual, and I didn't know I was in the aromantic, gray romantic spectrum as well. So I just didn't feel right to take over the space of an aromantic person at that point of time. So I started the page and called it Nepali Asexuals on Instagram. That was that. And I started posting from August till October about the definitions of asexuality, the meanings, and the word in Nepali. Because, Ayonikta, that is the translation in Nepali, is not a word that the general population of Nepal ever utters. It's just so rare because nobody talks that much or speaks that much in spoken language or in written language about sexual orientation that much. And even in spaces that we talk about it, asexuality or the concept of ayonikta just doesn't cross most people's minds. And because of that, what happens is that I wanted to provide these informations so that people who wanted to learn could learn without us having to, like me, having to scream about it or face aphobia. And when October came in, during the first October of ACE week, I started contacting social media pages of queer spaces, of feminist spaces, to share our page. And during that time, I just felt like a random page with just words and letters talking about something the Nepali diaspora has not heard of or thought of wouldn't have much traction. So I decided to go public, and I unveiled my face, my story. I made up a video about it. I came out to my family and posted. No wonder after that, a lot of people started joining. And the first asexual Nepali person other than myself in my life, I met during like 2020 October. Soon after that, we started conversations with other Asian ACEs, South Asian ACEs, AC Desi group, and we got connected to other ACE activists from Bangladesh, from India, and from Pakistan as well. And we had an online symposium. We connected. Our stories were shared, and because of that, that was when I started my journey of ACE activism without even knowing what an activist is and if I could be that person. That was in 2020 October. Next, please. So this is when everything starts, the magical April 6, 2021, the first IAD. That was when we were able to create magic. Our dearest member, Nirtishta, was able to make a beautiful logo for Nepali asexuals or aspects, because since then, we have used this logo. It's so beautiful. And with the logo, we had our first official online meetup, our first official offline meetup, and the first public recognition of Nepali asexuals was done in the National Daily newspaper. We had a full feature article with stories compiled from our Instagram page, a photo of us holding an ace flag in a very public place, obviously with our backs turned because all of our members weren't comfortable being public at that point of time. So that was when we started this journey as a team instead of just a solitary person who started an Instagram page. So the community build up massively started since April 6, 2021. Next. Yeah, these are the photos. So the one on the newspaper was the one on the bottom with our faces being hidden. But we had the meetup, and yeah, I'm grinning ear to ear because that was a magical day for me. Next. And we did have on the international event, we did join ACEs Never Sleep at that point of time. Also, that was also a wonderful time. Joined all of the ACE activists from other parts of the world and shared our stories and the diversity between us. Next. So during our first year, we had accomplished one major feature on the newspaper, actual community, actual people knowing each other with offline and online meetups. We held frequent Discord watch parties, and we had joined Twitter back then. So that was the first year. It was an uphill battle, but I think looking back, I just see fondness. So the second year around, we started ACE Awareness Week, and we joined the panel. Pan-Asia panel discussion with one of our members of Alama talking on disability, neurodivergence, and asexuality, and CP Kafle talking about laws and language as well. Next. And then our first Arrow plus ACE themed event. It was informational as well as community building event. We called it Acyclopedia because we were Nepali asexuals till then. And this was a brainchild where what we did was going to random public people to and ask them to learn about asexuality felt very unsafe and very scary. So what we decided was the few of us who had joined online as someone on the ACE spectrum, we decided to invite in one another safe person from our life, be it a family member, be it a friend, be it a colleague, who we would want to bring into our safe circle, who would want to learn something about asexuality, who could help us navigate our exploration journey and make the world a little bit less scary place. So we, all of us, invited one of our special people, and collectively we had a presentation, we had food, we had pictures, and like posing with these icons like banners and stuff. And sometimes what happens is that in personal life, people in our life just accept us for who we are, and aceness is a part of it, but they do not know anything about aceness other than knowing us as a whole person, and they scream and shout and tell us that they accept us. But our aceness is so invisible even in ourselves that we do not feel validated or substantially cared for and supported. So, and it's immensely difficult for them to know how to support us because they've never lived an ace life and they've never questioned life and love in the way that we have, and they do not know how to go about it. So sometimes when we are in a group and we talk about our different ways of existing as an asexual person, they will get a very well rounded information and lived experience sharing uh, without having to ask us directly. And they learn things about us through people like us. So that was the whole concept of Acyclopedia. We're still continuing in this series as Acyclopedia. I think we've done it 4 times by now, I think, from 2021 to now. And it is one of the most eye-opening and, like wonderful experiences for non-asexuals and non-aromantics, because it provides a space where there is safety enough to ask and say that they don't know anything about it, but be vulnerable and say that we're actually open to learning because we care. And I think bridging this gap between the aspec and non-aspec uh, community is something we should also work on. So yeah, that is that. Next. So now starts the preparation about the Pride Month. This was the first Pride Month that Nepali Apex took part in as Nepali asexuals then. So we were very afraid and scared to go to the Pride Parade because none of us had ever been there before. And we had our anticipations and like fear about safety, as well as not like the feeling of not belonging. I don't know how to explain it, but it extended not just as an individual experience but as a community experience. Living as an aspec person, you're constantly experiencing the feeling of not belonging or fitting in. And given the overlap between autistic, ADHD, and asexual and aromantic people, that is kind of a general theme of how we experience also. So, because of that, um, we wanted to let people come in and join the pre-Pride events if they don't feel safe enough to come to the Pride, or come to pre-Pride events and make friends so that they feel safe enough to go to the Pride Parade. So we started something that doesn't sound logically right. It's called pre-Pride Hangout. It's supposed to mean pre-Pride Parade Hangout, but we shortened it into pre-Pride Hangout. And we've been doing it continuously every year since 2022. And this was the banner making and poster making event, first pre-Pride Hangout. Next. So these are few glimpses and photos of the Pride Parade that we first attended as Nepali asexuals, and we chose the banner LGBTQIA with A pointing out to asexual, aromantic, and agender, because even now and then, obviously, the community would be commonly known as LGBT or LGBTQ community, and the QIA would mostly be invisible. And even when visible, people would just assume that A would mean ally. So the passive and active erasure of aspec identities was something we wanted to tackle a lot. So we went with the biggest banner with all of that written so that people could get the opportunity to Google it and learn it and know about it if they were not knowing about it also, which is possible. So these are the wonderful pictures where we had our first Pride Parade. Next. So then on our anniversary, we launched our very first website. Also, just adding to it, Nepali Apex is just a group of people who are on the A spectrum, who are volunteering our time, energy, and money for the activism and for community efforts. We are not an organization, we are not registered, and the only recognition we have is social recognition, online and offline. And obviously, it hasn't reached every part of Nepal, but it's predominantly right now spread on the English-speaking and English and Nepali-speaking Instagram and online sphere of the Kathmandu Valley, at least, and a few cities. But all of Nepal will someday probably know about asexuality and Nepali asexuals. We are taking baby steps, and this is our fifth year running. And so we launched a website because not all people use Instagram, and there we have written definitions and the spectrum in Nepali and English with activities we've done, contact information, and a few of the merch that we took out, the logos and stickers and all. Next. And yes, we did launch our podcast. So, predominantly me and our other member, CP, we are the main speakers of this, but our guest speakers are always coming and going. And we've talked so far about the identity, about the spectrum of the identity, the nuances, and we've talked about how community plays a big role in us being able to live a more fulfilling life. We've talked about, I think, queer phobia and aphobia as well in the queer community. And then we've talked about aromanticism. And we're planning on talking about masculinity as well. Today, also, we have a panel. We're also going to do a podcast session on it. Feel free to check the link out on our podcast on our website, www.nepaliaspecs.com. So this is, I think this is our library book reading session. Karma, would you like to continue from here?
Okay, sure. So we started doing book readings, and on February 2023 we did a book reading on All About Love by Bell Hooks and Lovelessness, and we also talked about how we invited people who are on the aromantic and asexual spectrum, but also the people in the audience who are not asexual or aromantic. We asked them to think about how they experience love and what love means for them, and I think that was a really good experience to explore what love means. And when we asked them to write about love, it wasn't always centered around romance. And in the next slide, please. And yeah, we also did a screen printing workshop, which was actually in preparation for our experiences project. Yeah, so we talked about screen printing, which is a method of printing so that we could explore different ways in printing our zines and everything. So this is from one of our sessions with the artist Subhas Taman. And in next, please. And we also did a lot of asexual people tend to be neurodivergent, autistic, or ADHD. So we also started holding space and doing sessions or writing about our experience of being autistic, neurodivergent. So, and I think that has been one of our really good experiences. So to have space to talk about our neurodivergent experiences as well. And next. And yeah, and this is us, I think, going around different areas of Kathmandu Valley and pasting the posters in different public spaces so that people can see, you can see that the poster in Nepali says "Aspect Maya ta Maya ho," which means the aspect love is also love. And so yeah, and the next one. And yeah, this is the us preparing for the experiences project, which I think I'd like to talk about it a bit in a detail. So experiences actually means ace and experience, which we combine. When I guess if you look at a lot of resources, it's when you're questioning or learning about asexuality, the like we come across word like asexuality means a person who experiences little to no romantic attraction. Then we talk about the split attraction models and the different types of attraction. And so like when you're reading about these stuff, it gets a bit, you get thrown a lot of jargon at you really fast. So this the idea of the project was to like ask people, asexual people, to to either write, make art, doodle, or make zines, like highlighting their ace experiences, and we turned that into different zines and comics and arts. So this was from our preparation. And in the next slide, we can see and on IAD on 20, I think this was 2023, we did this huge exhibition in a very public space in Kathmandu Darbar Square. We had this really huge pride flag, and on the steps below the temple, we pasted posters with all the things that we made, and we had the zines and stickers out for people to see. And in the next slide, so yeah, and these are pictures from the event actually. And today I think we've talked about like doing this event before, but we haven't actually been able to share what we've made so far. So I think I'd like to ask S to go back to the folder labeled aesthetic attraction, and so that I can talk about one of my submissions there. Yeah, so so yeah, this is one of my submissions, expectations versus reality. It's a short comic on aesthetic attraction, so that people can understand what aesthetic attraction means, and like based on my experience of how I experience aesthetic attraction. So in the next panel you can see so there's a person who is walking down the street, and they're like, they see a person approaching, and then wow, they're a beautiful person, like uh, they experience a sort of attraction. And then so like in the next panel, like they're walking towards you. Oh, I think we skipped one. Yeah, they're coming closer, and then like and they're thinking, oh, how do I compliment them without coming across as hitting on them? So like you're contemplating how, like, okay, I do want to compliment them, but I'm not hitting on you. So in the next panel you can see that they just walk you by, and then so they're like, goodbye beautiful human, I'll never see you again, like you miss your opportunity to say something. And in the next panel, that that person is gone, but like you're like really confused. Oh wait, am I attracted to them? But is this aesthetic attraction or really sexual attraction, or is it supposed to be romantic? Wait, no, I'm just faking being. So wait, does that make me gray is? And so you're like having a sexuality crisis at the moment, because because sometimes you can't really tell if you're like you're confused about which attraction you're feeling sometimes in the moment. And in the next panel, so later on, you're meeting up with a friend, and you tell them, oh, I saw a beautiful person today, but like they're like, oh, you got a crush on someone, but you're like, no, I don't have a crush on them, I just want to steal their wardrobe. Like I just want people to understand that that's what I mean. That's what sometimes attraction feels like then. And on the other side of the zine, uh, I shared these definition. On the one side we have the comic, and the other side we have these definitions to what aesthetic attraction is. And in the next one we have more details on it, so that this zine can be both informative and entertaining. Yeah, and yeah, we can just scroll through, and some FAQs. So this is the aesthetic attraction zine that I made. And now I would like to ask S to go to the next folder, the Valentine Heart, which is another one of my submissions to uh, to our experiences project. So to give you a bit of a context, as an airways person, to me, Valentine's Day has just been yet another day in the year. And actually, when we were doing the experiences project, that was the first time I was actually looking forward to Valentine's Day, because we were planning to celebrate, like we at Nepali Aspects were planning to do a sort of celebration that day. And I wanted to, like, as an race person, I wanted to make something about Valentine's Day in Valentine's theme, that people, even if they don't experience this romantic attraction, or even if they don't experience sexual attraction, could read it and enjoy and laugh about it. And also, like, I think I should tell you that the Valentine Heart comic is a bit of a absurd, yeah, it's a bit of an absurd dark humor type of comic. And yeah, and as I would also give you a content warning about bodily organs, violence, blood, and death. So yeah, in this comic, first we have the narrator who is speaking to the audience. So it's Valentine's Day, a celebration of romance and love, a day when people send their dearest ones flowers and many heart adorned or heart themed gifts: cards, chocolates, cookies, teddy bears, so many gifts, and all of them heart themed. This Valentine's Day, let's speak with the very symbol of love, your one and only heart. So in the next panel, we have the heart, who is running on a treadmill, because if your heart stops running, you die. So the heart says hello, and then the narrator goes, well, hello heart, congratulations on yet another Valentine's Day. Oh, thanks. I'm really honored to be the symbol of such a wonderful celebration. And next, and the narrator asks, did you know that there are over 143 million cards sent on Valentine's Day? And that's not counting all the other heart themed gifts. And the heart is like, wow, that's a lot of hearts. But you know, people use digital hearts every day. It is, of course, the symbol of love, but also to show that you like something, or to show that you care. and and in the corner you can see there's, I think there is like a sort of awards in the of the most portrayed organs chart. In the first place we have the heart, second place eyes, and the brain. So the narrator is like, so heart, what is it like to be the most portrayed organ? And the heart says, well, the eyes are certainly jealous of my position, so okay, I can tell by the looks they give me. And in the next panel, so, but on a serious note, I don't understand why I'm the symbol of love and appreciation. I'm just a lump of muscle. I pump blood. That's all I do. And the narrator says, well, doesn't the heart skip a beat when you see someone you love? And the heart is like, hey, I run all day and night. I'm allowed to skip a beat here and there, okay? And the next one, but the narrator is like asking, if not you, then who else, heart? And the heart is like, I don't know, brain? Isn't love just a chemical reaction in the brain? And the narrator is like, brain? That fuck tangle of neurons? No way. If I give anyone a brain themed gift, they'd run away. And the heart is like, okay, listen, your organs are here to keep you alive, not look soft and cute. And do you actually think I look like this? This is just marketing and filters. And in the next panel, the heart just rips out its costume and shows what an anatomically heart looks like. And the narrator screams, ah! And, and the heart is like, would you send me to your Valentine? And the narrator panics. If I give anyone a heart themed gift, they think I'm a murderer. And in the next slide, the eyes are like, did anyone say murder? And jumps in and stabs the heart. And in the next slide, so the heart is bleeding out, and the eyes are like, guess you didn't see that coming, eh, heart? And the eyes are celebrating, but this happens, and the eyes are like, well, that was short-sighted. So yeah, this is the Valentine's art. I hope people enjoyed them, and I think, yeah, I think we go back to the timeline folder. So yeah, this was one of my submissions to the experiences project. Yeah, this was only some of the, yeah, we have all other zines and poems submitted by other members as well, and we hope that we can share them in our website in the future. So in the next panel, the same year we actually did this is what aphobia looks like series during the International Day Against oh, okay, I think Manita wants to say something about this, so I'll hand it over to Manita.
Thank you so much. I just enjoyed the Valentine hearts all over again. I don't know if other people also like that content, but I really find it really funny. It's so cheeky. So sorry, like if people wanted more from Karma, but I wanted to add specifically from this Aphobia series because it was something that was like accumulation of the 3 years activism journey that I had done so far at that point of time. So, aphobia, most of us know and we have firsthand experienced aphobia in very different ways. But as someone, um, who is very privileged in terms of the personal life, where I'm a medical doctor and I'm a psychological counselor, and my family is very supportive of my orientation, and me being a little bit more privileged, the personal aphobia I face is a little bit less, I guess, because my boundaries are really stern and I don't let people make me feel that way. But as an activist who started the activism journey, entering the queer spaces, it was a very, I don't know, joyous as well as revelationary period of my life, because this double-edged sword, where one way you're so submissive and you're so accommodating and you're so eager to be part of the queer community, and you are so supportive, you've been supportive of all of the other queer identities all of your life, even before you knew that you were queer. But when you are now out as an asexual aromantic person, those very people in the queer community do not know how to interact with you and how to navigate the presence, the existence of asexual and aromantic people who are trying to be on the queer community spaces as well. So, most of the aphobia that I personally felt was from the queer community rather than the general public. So, we had a series. You guys can like go to our Instagram page, Nepali Asexuals and Aromantics, and check later on. But we have three like separate grids, few with aphobia from general public, few from aphobia from friends and family, and few from aphobia from the community itself. So I don't want to extend like too much, but I wanted to pinpoint, because I think this is a like worldwide experience, not just in Nepal, where because we were in the wake of intersectionality and diversity and accommodating people and this that everywhere, people would love to tokenize you and would love to include you in a very like, oh, a drop, like, okay, I'll give you a drop now, like, we are so supportive of the A, okay, but like, but actual allyship looks very different than that drop you give, and the visibility you give us, the interest to learn about us, the genuine concern about us, our safety, and the will to explore the feeling of community in a combined way is a different kind of allyship. And but in the 3 years that I experienced, I'm not going to generalize, but yes, I did feel genuine allyship as well, but a lot of it was also tokenization and acceptance of asexual but not aromantic spectrum, so even now, the members of the queer community who are very so-called inclusive of our identities and are even in our personal circles, they actively and passively are erasing arrow ness and arrow people. We can't split ourselves, like, but they accept our aceness to like some degree, and our arrowness is invisible for them. So this kind of aphobia is very rampant, and I think I would like to more talk about it during the other segment later in the day, the aspect takeover. For now, I just wanted to let you guys know that this is a general worldwide experience. In Nepal also, we've faced a lot of aphobia, not just from the general public, but from the queer community as well, with rampant erasure of the alphabet A as well as the lived experiences of asexual and aromantic people. Yeah, next, please. So this is the photo of the Pride Parade where we took part, and like I cosplayed as Sailor uh, Pluto, who is a headcanon, I think, of Arrow Ace person. So yeah, that was fun. Next. Yeah, I think this is the part where I'm going to elaborate a lot. So during all of these activism spaces in the first 3 years, it was really difficult for me in some way because I was the face and poster child of Nepali aspects, and people did accept us a lot of the time because of the privileges that I have and the social capital that I have. But the community that we have built, who has been the backbone of all of this activism, it is not just me, and it's never been just me. And I give credit to all of the people who have been connected to Nepali asexuals since the genesis, because people have come and gone and come and gone, and like it's been a very dynamic community. It's not a static, like me and my best friends kind of a situation. It's been like many many people who have come and left. Some have explored the spectrum in a deeper way. Some have come for community, some have come for information, and some have come for just support also. So, but after the third year, during last year, I slowly was starting to have fatigue and burnout because yeah, God's where being an ASPEC activist is not an easy job when you're juggling your personal life, your mental health, your exploration of neurodiversity, your indigenous identity, your identity as a disabled person, and the in general struggles of being alive. But so when I started shifting into a little bit more reserved, a little bit more private, little bit more me centric way of being an activist. Me, along with another Nepali ASPEC member, Rimishna, we had the opportunity and we applied for a residential art residency in Indonesia. So it was Biennale Jogja 17. It was called Titen, and during that we had a month-long presentation. We stayed there for the residency, and our art installation was up for a month or two, and we titled it Exploring Kinship. This is the plan or the background display. Next. Thank you. So this is the space in Jogja. This was an abandoned warehouse where the team of Biennale Jogja had created this space for exhibition. And this is a 15 by 15 foot like space where we had explicitly, with safety, because we didn't know a different country how ace inclusive they would be, arrow inclusive it would be. So we tried to limit the technical things in the written things, and visibly say only the ribbons with the flag iconography would be there, and most people wouldn't even know it unless they're on the ace or arrow spectrum. So this is an art installation where we explored the idea of kinship. And the kinship is a very non-sexual, non-romantic world. This is a universe, an alternate dimension where allonormativity and amatonormativity does not exist. But since most people wouldn't understand these words, we also explained it in a way that we said the rules of this universe are such that it does not center sex and romance as forms of love, and all forms of love are equal. And the symbology is such that the bamboo basket kind of thing, it's supposed to be a representation of a hill, and we added the local technical people from Indonesia, because their skill is weaving the bamboo thing. So we wanted to incorporate that as well. So that is the hill. And on top of the hill is a shrine. It's a temple, but it is actually a ghat. So ghat in Nepali means a place where we are burnt, cremated after we die in my culture. And it is a replica of the ghat that my family and my lineage people are taken to. So I can't explain properly, but this exhibition is a mixture of not just my sexual and romantic orientation, but my neurodiversity, as well as my spiritual aspects regarding my indigeneity, and all of the other intangible things as well. So as someone who does not experience sex and romance as the primary forms of relating to love, I always felt like I wasn't human enough. I always felt like I was not, of this world. And it just felt like I'm an alien, or like, I don't know, not in touch with emotions and humanness. So I always imagined myself as this isolated hill somewhere with no living creature around except the plants of the hill, which are myself as well. So because of that, and the temple at the top would look like a temple to others, but it's actually a crematorium. So that signified me feeling like I forever had to experience death and rebirth all of the time. So as someone who also struggled with BPD a lot when I was a kid, I always felt like I presented in a way where I could gel into the crevices of interpersonal relationships all my life. None of the people could accommodate me as an arrow ace person, as an ace auti arrow person. And so I always became whatever they wanted me to become. I always became so palatable. I never expressed anything, and I was so deprived of my originality that I was constantly dying and being born alive again, and dying and being born alive again in every interaction that I had with every person all my life. So I felt such chronic isolation, not because I was isolated. I had like so many friends, and I had like so many people in my life, my family, and like my childhood. It's like so blessed. I like, there's no trauma, nothing like that. But deep inside, I always felt like I couldn't be myself. And I had always been performing allonormativity, amatonormativity, always performing neurotypicality. And all of that made me feel like I was never seen as myself. So I felt like I was the god in the temple or the crematorium who would take the roop. What is roop? The reflection of the god as well as the worshipper. So nobody ever came to observe me as me, so I became my own observer. And even when one bee would arrive in the orbit, I would epitomize them so much and be everything for them and give them everything they ask for. So that was the kind of goddess that uh, exists, was something that I could relate to. Someone on top of the hill, not in touch with water, not in touch with emotions, that was running down below, isolated and so silent. And this story has the other character, our other member, Mimi, who is represented by that floating house, the white, green floating house on the corner that you can see. It's a small house. And in their story, what happens is that they did not find solace and peace anywhere. They couldn't find a home anywhere. So they shrink themselves into a small house that was too small for them, and it was called the floating house. And they were floating on the emotions, going around the world, and you know they could not leave that house because they didn't find another safe space, and they were floating around. And this moment, this glimpse of the art installation is when our orbits intersect. And Mimi's floating house looks at the orbit of MNK, the Pahad with the Ghat, and then realizes that there is a universe where love means love, and sex and romance is not the center of it. somewhere where there is accommodations for neurodivergence, where we speak the language of nature, where we speak the language of sensory sensitivities, where we speak the language of boundaries and distance and privacy and security and safety and autonomy. So because of this, their world falls apart, and the floating out starts to crumble, because they realize that a life without allonormativity and amatonormativity and a life without mononormativity also exists. And so they start building up this will to find another house or build another house and have their own orbit, have her own orbit, like MNK Daghat's orbits were there. It can't be visible in the photos, but they're like metal wires circling and hanging around the ghat, like in the space. So, as solo polyamorous ODHD arrow ace people, we wanted the world, even if only a fraction of people comprehend this, because it has so many segments and all of that. We wanted to have our say there, like, we are not here to just educate people, but we are here to exist. If people don't understand us, it's on them. And their inability to comprehend and understand our lived experiences doesn't mean we don't exist. We exist nonetheless, like the mountains, like the seas, like the skies. And people's inability to like us or understand us has nothing to do with our identity, has nothing to do with any, part in us to shrink ourselves. So this was very cathartic experience for me, and I still look back to it, and it's so well immersed with the indigenous spiritual aspect of my life right now as well. And I just wanted to share this with everyone. And I'm sorry if I rambled a lot. Can you please send the next bit? So this is the photo from the Biennale Jogja speaking team, where we had a panel discussion about gender entwined with knowledge production. And I did talk a lot about asexual and aromantic experiences in a country where the word asexuality and aromanticism is not used, but it's fluid, and it's not just a boxed identity that that got created in the last 10, 20, 100 years. It's been around forever and ever, and it will be around forever and ever, if not in these words. Next, please. So then in February, during a romantic week, we had this very exhibition replicated into a puppet show in Nepal Art Council in Kathmandu. We couldn't replicate the art installation, but we created a puppet show out of it, incorporating our indigenous cultural music instrument, and we narrated this story. Next, please. So this is a picture of that event, where we did have a corner for people to check out the experiences scenes, and we have named the stall the fuck stall, with 0 fucks to give. And we have our ace and arrow merch there. And the last, I think the year before's IAD fundraising was so, we were so grateful to receive funds for the experiences project, for the zines that we've printed, and we've been able to give facilitators the fee because of that also. Thank you so much, Aces Never Sleep team, because they funded us, like they supported us, not just through all of the love and the conversations and community, but also through the funds. Next, please. After that, we also did have this Arrow Health Hub online meetup from different people of the medical field on the Arrow A spectrum. Next. We had a 2-day workshop specifically on aromantic activism during Valentine's Day last year. First day was zine making and acyclopedia, and the second day was art therapy, where we delved more deeper into what love is. We did that in Thames College and King's College with a lot of people. Next, please. I think our session might end soon, so we'll talk very swiftly. Then last year in March, there is this music festival, Echoes in the Valley, that is very famous. And in that, we applied for 2 things. One was a photo exhibition of our activism, and the other was a puppet show, where we did a very groundwork, a puppet show of a non-binary deity who has been in existence in our culture since forever, but the word non-binary is not used like that, and people don't really refer to them beyond the binary. So we incorporated that as well. Next, please. And these are just the list of pre-Pride hangouts we did last year. We had almost 10 hangouts, and like pre-Pride hangouts are a place where allo as well as ace people can meet, and we are in our queer community building mode. Next, please. So we did that by celebrating International Day Against Queerphobia. Next. We participated in the heart to heart place where we sold stickers and zines from our experiences project in this communal marketplace. We did a session on degendering menstruation where we talked about non-bleeding cis women as well as trans people who bleed and don't bleed, and their identity rooted in femininity and masculinity, stuff like that. We also had a pride making workshop where we made prints of support for Palestine. We had stickers made for to support to stop the ceasefire and all of that, and we made other things about the puppet show as well. Next. We had a collage making workshop where we talked about the burnout that we face as a neurodivergent and aspec people and how the world chips our life. It was facilitated by Dankini. Next. So this is us during the 6th annual Pride Parade event. We've been actively taking part every year in all of the capacities we can, even though we crash out after the parade because of the heat, the exhaustion, the social and sensory overwhelm. Next. These are also pictures of us. I cosplayed as my version of Alistair, who is the canonically ace icon, and other members of our team are also there. We had a jewelry making workshop where we talked about our experiences as well. Next, please. And we celebrated the Autistic Pride Day during June. We talked about the Reclaiming Our Queer Minds, a session on autism and pride. Next, please. And we had a Q for questioning event where people, like, I don't know, in our country at least, people are very wary of these labels and people are very scared to relate to the word LGBTQIA. And so we wanted it to be a little bit lighter for people so that the letter Q, the questioning, provides a space for people to not have to feel rushed to pick a label and to explore more of the queer spectrum, ace and arrow spectrum. So we did the Q for questioning group where anyone of any sexual and romantic orientation could come and ask and talk about the exploration of gender and sexuality. Next, please. So this is the book discussion we had. I think we can cap it at this because we're running out of time, I think. So the spotlight is this, and I think those who are interested can have a look at our Instagram page, even though you have to scroll a bit far. And then the website we have created, we've not been able to update very much because, as I said, all of us are like volunteering all of our time and energy here. So we don't have dedicated people to deal with dedicated things. We are just trying to our best to do what we can to be a part of the international community as well, even though we lack so much in the translation and communication department because our bandwidths are so stretched. But we are doing as much as we can, bringing in so much more voices than just mine. I think you guys are like tired of listening to just my story also. So we're trying to bring in as nuanced voices in terms of art, in terms of collages, zines, and also the panels. So today evening also we do have other panelists. Please feel free to join us. Handing this over to S.
Okay, do you hear me? Well, as you said, we're gonna have to wrap things up pretty fast, because I don't want to like steal much time from the next panel. I just wanted to say something. First of all, thank you so much. It's always amazing to see how much you've accomplished. Erwin has already put your website before on screen. I just wanted to put on screen that there's also a get involved section on your website, also with the possibility to give donations. This year we wanted to do a fundraiser again with the IAD, but we didn't receive any proposals from the IAD groups. So Manita, next year, you do so many wonderful things. Please apply for some fundraising from IAD. So I'm asking all of you to please follow Nepali Apex. They do such wonderful things. You have heard about it. And please, if you are in any capacity to help or share or donate, it's worth it, because like I feel like Monita, you are a force of nature, but it's not just you. I think it's important to emphasize that like it's not just you. It shouldn't have to be just you, and it's not just you. It's amazing to see how you started, and all the wonderful people that you that came along to help you, and all the wonderful people that make up Nepali Apex today. Karma, thank you so much. It was amazing to have you on screen. So I thank you first and foremost, but I wanted to thank all the members, past, present, and future of Nepali Apex for the amazing things they do that are truly inspiring. I wanted to thank you also for the comics by Karma, and for the description you gave of the art, the artistic installation you made, because it was very deep and very powerful, and I think it resonated with the experiences of so many Aspect people here. We're not here just to educate, we're here to exist. I wrote it on my piece of paper I have in front of me, and I loved Encyclopedia. I loved so many things you did, the pre-Pride events. What I think you are amazing at doing is like acknowledging that, acknowledging this feeling of uneasiness and of unsafety and of danger that there can be in being out as an aspect person, and creating spaces that are as safe as possible, spaces to make friends, because if you make a friend before going to the Pride Parade, then you're feeling better about going to the Pride Parade. And I think this is such a basic concept that we often fail to remember when we do activism. And I just wanted to express my admiration for the work you do as Nepali Apex, and how much you've grown. I don't live in Kathmandu. I don't know. I'm so far away from you, but from what I can see, it really feels like this is the key of what you're doing. Like, you're becoming more and more members because you're acknowledging how ASPEC people feel, how it feels to live in this world, and you are creating spaces, first and foremost, for living a better life for ASPEC people. So it was truly inspiring. I took so many notes. I'm gonna annoy you later for the details. I'm happy we're gonna see each other again in the ASPEC takeover hour. We're gonna talk more about that. And oh, thank you for the bow tie comment in the chat. So it was a birthday present. Sorry if I started rambling. I just really wanted to thank you. I love you so much. I just wanted to tell our chat that we are now moving to part 2. As was mentioned in the post, as we said at first, we needed to split this live stream into different links because we can't do one single link that is 24 hours. So we're going to see each other there with next panel that is by Nia and Vesper. And I just wanted to wrap this up here by saying, Karma, Manita, thank you very much. And thank you so much to all of Nepali Apex.
Thank you. Goodbye for now.
For now. Bye. And to everyone in the chat, see you in the link you find in the chat. I'm going to move to the next StreamYard link as well. And at some point, I'm going to rest, but the time is not now. Bye, Manita, and bye, Karma. So, I'm still seeing a lot of people here. So I want it to be clear that the stream is ending here. So you have the link, this one. This is the next part. So see you there. I think I'm gonna move so we can start working with Nia and Vesper.